Hello and welcome to the Data Protection, Disaster Recovery as a Service, and Disaster Recovery EcoCast event produced by Actual Tech Media. We have an amazing event lined up for you today. We've got all the top names in disaster recovery and data protection represented on today's event. You'll hear from experts at Cohesity, Nutanix, NetApp, with Google Cloud, Veeam, Metallic, Flexential, Pure Storage, Unitrends, Hewlett Packard Enterprise, Druva, and Clumio. What an incredible show. Thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to join us on today's Data Protection and Disaster Recovery EcoCast event. My name is David Davis of Actual Tech Media, and I'm excited to be your moderator. Before we get started, just a little bit of housekeeping information that you need to be aware of. We have 7 Amazon $500 gift cards to give out on the event. I'll talk about the requirements to be eligible for those prize drawings. But more importantly, we want this to be an educational event. As former IT professionals at Actual Tech Media, we know how tough it is to get information on new solutions and to solve your data protection and disaster recovery challenges. And that's why I encourage you to use the questions box there in your audience console to get all your questions answered. Give us your toughest questions, and we'll be posing those to today's expert presenters. We also want this to be a social event. You can tweet directly from your console using the Twitter icon on the bottom of the screen, and the hashtag will be automatically appended. We also have 11 different resources there in your audience console in the handouts tab. Make sure you check those out, download those now, and you can peruse them after the event. There's also a number of links in there. If you click on those, that will open up a new tab or a new window in your web browser so that you can access the resource recommended by today's expert presenters. Now, as I said, we'll have 7 Amazon $500 gift cards. We'll be announcing those throughout the event. You must be live in attendance to qualify. Prize terms and conditions can be found in the handouts tab. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. We will reach out to prize winners after today's presentation. Now, until COVID-19 is beat, Actual Tech Media will be donating $500 to Direct Relief for every MegaCast, EcoCast, and Summit event that we run. Direct Relief is a charitable organization that helps frontline healthcare workers with the medical supplies that they desperately need. By supporting today's event, you are indirectly supporting Direct Relief, so thank you again for your support. We've also been supporting the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund and One Tree Planted in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can download free IT educational books. These are very lengthy, high-quality ebooks over at gorilla.guide. Just put that in your web browser, gorilla.guide. Now, you can follow Actual Tech Media on Twitter. We are at Actual Tech Media. Feel free to follow me as well, David M. Davis. And the hashtag that will be automatically appended if you tweet in the bottom of your console is ATM EcoCast. You can subscribe to all the Actual Tech Media channels over on YouTube, Facebook, or the 10 on Tech podcast in the iTunes store. And we post all of our latest and greatest content over on LinkedIn. So if you have to pick just one of the social media, I recommend LinkedIn. Now, before I introduce you to today's first presenter on the EcoCast, I've got a little bit of stage setting here I want to do, and I've got a quick poll question for you. But first, I want you to think about this for just a second, and that is, what's your disaster recovery plan look like today? And you might actually think about this for more than a second. You might be thinking about it for the entire length of this event. What do you have in place for data protection? What do you have in place for recovery? How quickly can you recover your company's critical data and applications? And what's the worst case scenario when it comes to data loss? What's your recovery point objective? How much data are you willing to lose? How many different data protection solutions do you have in place? And I can tell you that having multiple is not always necessarily better. These are all great questions that we in IT need to be thinking about, and especially during these scary times. It's a scary time for you as an IT professional, and it's a scary time for your company's data. Just about all of us have massively growing data sets that we're struggling to manage and protect. And more data is being distributed across mobile devices and then across the internet in software as a service applications and the public cloud. At the same time, our data is being attacked and sold to the highest bidder. There's ransomware as a service that makes it easy for just about anyone out there to try to attack your company. You see stories in the nightly news about data being held for ransom. Just a few months back, my local fire department actually had their data held for ransom. And what about all the attacks that aren't in the news? We hear about the big companies, the big hospitals, the big governments, but we know that so many medium and small businesses are getting infected with ransomware every day and simply paying the ransom. You don't want to be one of the companies that's contributing to the $6 trillion annually in cybercrime damages. But unfortunately, so many of us have data protection and disaster recovery solutions that kind of look like this. We have a bunch of pieces, we're all trying to stick them together, and in our mind, we hope that one day it looks like this, right? And by the way, yes, those are Legos, but how do we get from here to here? Well, thankfully, we have smarter and smarter software. We have hybrid cloud. We have disaster recovery as a service. Tons of new innovations are happening in the data protection and disaster recovery space, and that's what you'll learn about on today's event. I encourage you to look for data protection and disaster recovery solutions that provide you high performance backup and, more importantly, high performance recovery or restoration. And make sure that you can prove that. You also want a solution that's scalable to your data set and perhaps to the public cloud. If you need to move data to the cloud or if you want to use the cloud to protect your data, you need to have those options. Of course, we all want our data protection and disaster recovery to be affordable, so make sure you carefully analyze those numbers. You'll need a solution that's easy to test so that you can prove, perhaps on a weekly or a daily basis, that your data protection and disaster recovery solution is really working and ready to take effect at a moment's notice. And then finally, I've been in IT. I spent a year analyzing disaster recovery solutions. I know that everyone in IT is strapped for time, and we need solutions that are easy. So, by golly, whatever solution you choose, make sure that it's easy. And finally, support. It's not going to be easy unless you have a solid support organization behind the disaster recovery solution that you choose. So those are just some of my suggestions that I encourage you to think about when choosing your next data protection and disaster recovery solution. And with that, I'm excited for today's event. We've got a ton of presenters representing just about every disaster recovery and data protection solution on the market today. I'm about to introduce you to our first presenter, but before I do, let's do a quick poll question. All right, the question there on your screen, it's in the slides window. That is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing data protection and disaster recovery solutions at your company? If you're on this event, most likely you're interested in improving your existing data protection and DR solutions or stance. So just curious what the time frame is to do that. And I'll leave that up for just a moment. If you haven't answered one of these polls, you do it right there in the slides window. We'll have a number of these polls throughout the event, so of course we always appreciate your participation in these. All right, thank you for all the comments coming into the questions box there. Good morning to everyone out there across the United States and around the world. Of course, we appreciate your support on the EcoCast. Keep those technical questions coming throughout the event, because I need your best questions, your best challenges for our dedicated Q&A sessions. Again, thank you everyone who answered the poll question. And with that, it's time to kick off the EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce our first presenter. That is Mr. Patrick Redknapp, Technical Marketing Consultant at Cohesity. Patrick, are you there?
I am.
Thanks for being on the event today, Patrick. Always great to chat with you again. Take it away.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, yes, we're going to dive straight into everything and take a look at Cohesity and what we have to offer. So, we're going to be going over Cohesity, Data Protect and Recovery. So let's jump right in, and we'll start off by taking a brief look at what we're going to do. So, overview for today. It's going to be around 20 minutes, and we're going to do take a look at some of the data protection sources, and we're also going to look at the policies and how we use them. We're then going to take a look at the recovery solution itself, and what we can do there to give you a good idea of what we can do in the data protect space. We're also I'm gonna do a demo at the end, so you'll actually get to see Cohesity's platform working itself. And without further ado, I'm going to jump straight into the presentation. So I'm going to start with a little bit about Cohesity. Cohesity was founded in 2013 by Dr. Mohit Aaron, and previously Mohit was lead on the Google file system. He was also technical founder at Nutanix. And basically, over the years, in a very short amount of time, he's worked to bring a world-class team of engineers and professionals from the technology sector together. And these guys and girls, they're very, very high level, and it's attracted top-tier investors to support Cohesity. And obviously, you can see there we've got SoftBank, Sequoia, a few others there. And on top of that, we've also got some awards. You'll be able to see the CNBC Disruptor Award up on the screen there. And more recently as well, we were named by Gartner as a leader in the MQ for data center backup and recovery. So that's pretty relevant to what we're talking about today. So moving on. So what does Cohesity mean for you? Well, looking at the life cycle of enterprise data, you've got your data center there, and you've got your offices, remote offices, more remote than ever before actually, and then you've got your public cloud out there, and it's not always 100% connected as we'd like. And Cohesity, we really kind of want to address that and kind of tie up that loose end, so to speak. We looked at this and found that the biggest problem was mass data fragmentation. Data, it should be a source of your competitive advantage, but in practice, sometimes it can become costly, and it's a risky headache for you to manage in the IT world. Your data is growing exponentially, and it becomes fragmented across multiple locations, whether that's your data centers, your clouds, edge locations, and it becomes trapped in infrastructure silos that don't really share data between them. It's inefficient, and it kind of leads rise to this largely invisible kind of dark data that creates enormous risk, and as well as limiting the value of what you have there in general. So we looked at the problem. The real problem that leads to mass data fragmentation is the proliferation of these siloed point solutions, which are mainly appliances, but can be others as well. And you've got your data protection, which can mean up to 4 or 5 different software appliance solutions to deal with VMs, databases, containers, physical servers, and cloud data. And on top of that, it requires your expensive hardware from different vendors. You've got your target storage, you got your duplication, media servers, master servers, tape drives, and gateways. And this legacy approach to data management we found was just kind of like unsustainable. And although there are newer solutions that have tried to be part of the problem, quote unquote, no one's come up with like a kind of holistic solution for the entire problem, which is where we've been aiming, and what we think we've succeeded. So our solution was to eliminate silos. What we've done is develop and consolidate the data and workloads down to a single main data platform. That takes your data platform, target storage, your media, your file, your gateways down onto Cohesity's data platform. It can sit on-prem, and it can also be in the cloud. So you apply that software-defined solution for data protection, file object storage, and cloud integration across that single data management platform. But moving to why we did this, we created a new architecture for data management, and powered by our distributed file system, which is called SpanFS. If you want to look that up, we added on top of a single management console from multiple locations. And that was one UI, but unified global management, and all data and workloads across all the locations. It's central control, and that is basically your Helios management console. From there, we added the apps and services on top, and it opened up options for things like analytics, compliance, search capabilities, and those can be added in from our Cohesity marketplace. So it's kind of like this cake metaphor where you've got your base layer and you've got the management console, and then you're running apps and solutions on top. So taking a look at data protect, we are first going to discuss the sources. So what sources can we look at? What sources can we utilize? Well, you're going to want to protect everything on a single console across your entire environment. And that allows multiple sources, and then you can obviously add in policies that you register for each of those sources, and those policies can be administered throughout multiple different ways. So those sources can be anything. They can be a physical server, a NAS, your Office 365, or even your AD infrastructure. And then we've got the protection policies. So on top of those sources, we add a protection policy, which is settings that protect each one of them. So it's things like compliance, data lock, schedule, replication, retention, backup options, and whether you want to archive to the cloud or not. They're all important areas to look at in protection policies. So we're going to take a look at protection policies, and we're going to take a look at sources when we actually do a demo at the end of this. We're also going to take a look at virtual machine restores. But so here we're going to take a look at the actual steps of how we do a virtual machine restore. Take a look at what we're actually doing. So now we're looking at what we're doing. The first thing you can see we do is we clone the VMDK to internal view. And then once we've done that, we present the NFS data store to ESX. That can be done for one machine or for multiple ones. Then we restore that virtual disk to the VM. And then we do the storage vMotion back to where it was told to go. And once that's all done, last of all, we clean up the internal data store. And there we go. That's pretty much it. Easy as that. But it's great. It's really great to have the ability to instant mass restore as well. I mean, if you've got a disaster level event like ransomware, where you're going to replace a bunch of machines, maybe 20, maybe even 100 machines. You want to get them back. You want to get them available as quickly as possible. You've got to be able to restore multiple machines. So we're going to take a look at that. What we do, and that's going to be in the demo too at the end. So, instant versus legacy. To see what that means, we need to take a look at the difference. With a legacy, you initiate your restore, and you wait for the rehydration. And then once you've done that, you restore the data to the target storage device, and then right at the end, you get used back access. It's quite a long process, even with just a single VM. It's inefficient, slow, and it really doesn't scale well, and that's a big problem. What we do is different. First of all, what we do is we initiate the restore, and then straight after that, bam, we get the user access back right away by presenting it as a share of our NAS. And then we go ahead and we recover, and that shortens the recovery time from hours to minutes. And that's the really big difference. That's the difference that we show, especially for those instant restores. So, live demo. Here we go. See whether I've got everything set up correctly here. I believe I do. Let me share my screen, and we'll go from there. Yeah. So that's good. You can see it. Okay. So here what we've got here is our Helios management console. You can see here a summary of what's happening to the whole environment. Now this is our test. This is showing our clusters view here. So you can see the overall health of what's happening. You can look at any problems that you've got. you can look at your protection jobs. You can look at, you can look at pretty much everything you need to. File services, cloud, security console. You can also go up here. You can go into the marketplace and check out what apps you have as well. So, you've got your cluster view here. I can go to our test environment, which will be CO802. I've actually got it open here already, so I'm going to jump straight across. So, moving to CO802, you can see, as with the Helios there, we've got this dark mode. You can turn it on or off. Just a little aesthetic thing. Makes a bit of difference. I prefer it in the dark mode. And so this is just a single dashboard system, the CO802 cluster. You can see your health alerts. You can look at your protection. And you can see your compliance checking as well. And you can also see the performance numbers here. So if there's an issue, you can see exactly what happens. So there we go. That's that. Moving into data protection. This is the area that we're looking at today. So I'm going to show you some of the sources. This is what we mentioned before. The whole load of sources already set up in here, as you can see, tons of sources. You got your vCenter on here. I've got SQL servers. I've got physical. There's an AD environment in here as well. NAS. And you can, I'll go back up to the top for a minute. You can register sources up here on this plus as well. So you go up here, you can register all your sources up here. And it's that simple, hypervisor, Office 365, more important than ever at the moment, and also your AD, sometimes overlooked, but just as important. So I've got a lot of sources register, so I'm going to jump in and check a protection job out. So we're going to create a new protection job if it loads up, which it is. So here we go. We're in the protection. So you can see we're going to create a new protection job. And in this instance, I'm going to do a virtual server. So you click the plus and we're in. Easy peasy. We're going to look at where we're going to do. I'm going to do our vCenter. And as you can see here, you'll notice that we've got these shield symbols on this view here. That means that these things, they're all auto-protected. All these virtual machines are being auto-protected at the moment. So as I add more VMs into that group, they're going to be automatically backed up. So, expand there. As you can see, I'm going to do a desktop. Open here. There we go. There's loads of different ones in here. So I'll just grab one. And you can see we've obviously there we've got a global search solution. That you can look at it at the folder level as well here. So you can just take a look at it and see it a lot more simplistically. You can choose a desktop to back up. So we'll put the protection policy in rather. So let's do two. Save my selection. There we go. Okay, so now you have to look at your protection group here. Now you can either do it as a new group or an existing group now. If you look here, you'll see I've done quite a few here before. Let's not break protocol here. I'll do another one. So let's do a new group. Group name. Call it Eco1. Why not? Okay. You want to choose a policy here. I'm just going to go with one of my previously set up policies. Let's go static silver. So that's going to be backup every 12 hours, retain every 2 weeks, extended retention every day, 3 months, every week, 1 year, every month, 2 years. And you've got your retry options there as well. So then all we have to do is just click protect. And you can go into the policies when you create your policies and change these. And you can update that as well. So we're going to click protect. And as you can see, that protection job has started right there. We'll go back and take a look at that later. But obviously protection is only one side of the coin. You need to do recovery as well, or restore. So we're going to move over to recovery. David, you should give me a shout on how I'm doing on time, in case I'm rambling on.
No worries,
So
you're doing good.
Okay, good. So we're going to do a recovery. Okay, so again, do VM. Again, we're going to go straight into desktop with this search that we have. That's my typo for the day done. I'm going to do one again. There we go. This you can see. Tons of desktops here. So let's just say I'll pick this desktop. You can go in and you can select your snapshot for that. So go up to here, there's the pencil here. You can check your snapshot. You can see where you want to recover from. Now, it's taking its time, unfortunately. Here we go, finally. So we've got all these ones here. Let's go back and let's just do 22nd of July. There we go. So you can set your recovery point. And that's it, pretty much. We can go on to recovery. So then you come in, you can, where do you want to recover to, your original location, or do you want to do your new location? I'm going to do a new location. Makes it a lot easier. I'm going to go for my vCenter, resource pool. I'm going to use the only one, ISV16. Then where do I want to put it? I'm going to stick it, well, you know, we've had an announcement today, so I better, you know, it was with Pure, so I better stick it on our Pure. That would be good. That'll be good continuity. And where am I going to put it? It's a demo that I'm doing here, so I'm going to put it in my demo restores, so it's easy to clean up. Network, you can attach it if you want. You can put a prefix or not. I will put a prefix of eco and suffix, so I know it's mine. Power state, turn it on or off. I'm powering it off. No point having it powered on for this demo. And you've got your cluster interface on auto select and your task name. I'm not going to change that either. And start recovery. And there we have it. Easy, easy peasy. So there, pretty much it. That's how you do it. That's how you do a recovery with Cohesity, and you know, it's just it really is just that simple. So we can take a look at what it's doing now. And as you can see it already, we've already done the recovery, and it's doing that data store migration right now. So yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to demoing it. What I'd probably do as well is, if we've got time, David, how long have we got?
See, we've got till another 4 minutes here of demo before our Q&A.
All right, I'll see where I can stick an IMR in quick instant mass restore, because instant mass restore is a big thing, especially if you've got like ransomware attack or something like that. It's always good to do. So say if you've got like a whole bunch of VMs you wanna restore. So let's see, desktop star. Here we go. So I've already got this one set up here, which is good. You can set up whole batches ready to go. So I've got this group here, which I'm going to do, and just a whole bunch of desktops in there. I'm not going to mess around with the store point because I don't think we've got enough time, but that's fine. We can restore it from earlier today. So you can see I go to recovery options, 20 VMs right here. Original location, new location. We're going to stick it new again. Let's jam it in quick to vCenter. Let's be 16. Stick it on Pure. And the folder, we're sticking demo restores again. There we go, unattached, prefix, eco, suffix, power state off, and bother powering them all on. Continue on error, no, cluster interface, auto select, and task name, we're going to leave it the same, and start recovery. Done. Simple as that again. So you can see that other one we just started a minute ago, that's an 86% here. You can see it's already doing very well. 90% now. And here, if you look at these ones, they're going across very nicely. You know, the instant recoveries are going to be coming up very soon, and data store migration. So that's pretty much it. I will stop sharing my screen now, and we can go to the questions, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. Really cool live demo. I love these live demos. They make this event so much better. And I also love seeing the mass restore. That's really cool because I know so many companies need that if they were, hit, like you said, by ransomware. So I've just brought up this poll question for everyone out there in the audience. It says, what additional information would you like about the Cohesity solution? And I'll leave that up here while we do some Q&A. So first question that came in, I'm sorting all the questions that came in here as fast as I can. Lots of good questions. First one I wanted to ask you, Patrick, is do you have any way to monitor the jobs when you're not at the office?
Okay, so it's a SaaS solution interface, our Helios solution. So you can do that on your computer or you can do it at home. You just need a computer to log in, just like I am now. I'm at home, and I can do all of it. So you can monitor it at home on your computer, no problem. And you can also, we've got a mobile app that works with iOS and Android to provide read-only access to view what the environment is doing. So you can use that, and we've had some good feedback on that, and people find it quite effective. So if you've got any problems that will shoot up on your phone, you get an alert, and then if it requires immediate attention, then you can quickly get online and fix that.
Nice. Mobile app, and it's a SaaS solution, so I don't really have to be on site at all to manage it. I like that, especially with so many people working, from home or remote offices these days. Next question that came in here, they're asking is, of course, the UI was beautiful, but this person's saying, I'm not a fan of the UI. Is there any way I can just script it?
You can script it for sure. We hear that sometimes, and everything we do is API driven. So we have in the actual environment that we had there, CHO2, we do have Power CLI modules. You can use Ansible. You can use anything else you have. We can do it. The guys who work with the test environment, they script a lot of things. So it's easier to script things and deploy them out than constantly having to go through again and again and again. So it's fully possible, and we do enable that.
Okay, nice. Let's see, another question here that came in. They're asking is, I saw file services. Can you tell me more about that? Are file services available with Cohesity? Yeah,
sure. So we're a data management platform, so we can do both NAS backup appliance. We can do both if you want to run your NAS, whether it's for a user environment or departmental shares. You can do things like that. It's a great solution just to run NAS on as well, whether you're doing it for an NFS, SMB, or object storage. And we do have S3, and we also have Swift capability. So if you have the capability to do NAS, or if you want to do a data protect, there's different components of that data platform to do. But if you want to go really deep into how you can use that, another conversation for another day will be taking a look at Cohesity Smart Files, because that's really kind of the meat and potatoes of what we do with file services.
Nice. And I'm sure, once you migrate files to Cohesity Smart Files, there's more benefits than just, hey, it's a file server, right? I know you all have a lot of the kind of Google-like searching functionality, and like you talked about, data management of those files. Is that right?
Yeah, this it's not like traditional NAS. The data platform with Smart Files is data centric. So it's not storage or infrastructure centric. So there's no need to move your data to apps and data. They're kind of all integrated on the same platform. It's all being brought together. So that kind of just makes it easier. Moves the whole complexity of everything, and it just kind of reduces cost of running file systems as well. So it's Smart Files is something which is unique, I would say, and it was definitely the first software-defined data-centric multi-protocol file and object solution for the enterprise, and it's something which is quite powerful and does kind of make for stress-free file service management.
Nice. Okay. There's lots of good questions coming in here. One of them that caught my eye, and it's not specific really to Cohesity, but he's really asking if you have any advice on data protection tools to prevent hacking, or if you do get hacked, like how can Cohesity help?
Ooh, that's a good one. So yeah, I mean, we as far as preventing hacking goes, we can actually monitor with Cohesity. So when as I showed the Helios dashboard itself, when you're looking at actually at your dashboard itself, you can actually look at your protection, you can look at your compliance, you can actually look and see it does actually identify kind of anomalies with regards to your environment. So you can actually take a look and you can go, right, well, something's not right there, and take a look at it, because it's very hard to, with kind of ransomware and stuff like that, to identify the exact point of infection. It's very hard. And anyone who tells you they've got a complete one-fix solution for that will is probably lying. But at the end of the day, the thing that we focus on is the fact that we can, if you're affected by ransomware, we've got you covered. So it's not a problem for us. We can get you back up and running, and especially with that instant mass restore, it's so easy. And as far as I'm aware, no one at Cohesity has told me otherwise. There's no scalable limit on that outside your infrastructure to be able to provide you with that IMR. Some other vendors, they'll do 10 or 12 at a time, but we can do, as far as I'm aware, as many as possible.
Awesome. Let's see. Chris is asking, is this an all-in-one solution, or are there like additional features or modules that you kind of add on? How's the Cohesity solution packaged?
So you can add stuff on as well. You can go into the Cohesity marketplace, and you can add things on as well. Obviously, as far as it being API driven, you can also develop your own stuff as well. We do provide SDK support on that as well. So there's definitely ways to add things on with what we provide.
Okay. And what about scalability? Here, let's see. Pavan is asking, how large can we build a Cohesity cluster? Is there a maximum configuration size?
Again, as far as doing the architecture, I've not heard of anyone having a problem with the limit itself. I think the limits are based on your hardware and your infrastructure and what you're running. We do have good scalability. That would be a question for Chris Calotti. So if any of you, if you want to hit Chris Calotti up on Twitter on that, he's the man to ask, or actually John Hildebrand as well. They're the two gurus on that. They'd be able to answer that 100%.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's one of those things where, like, bring us your toughest problem, and I bet someone at the Cohesity team can make that work. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the guys that build it regularly. These days. So it's like that. That's definitely a question for them. Although I would wager that we haven't had a problem with the ones we've done so far, because we always we always try and deliver for our clients, and that's what's important to us.
Absolutely. So I think we're running out of time, Patrick. Final question: what should people do to get started? What's the easiest way to try this out, or get more information? What do you recommend?
Okay, so you can go to cohesity.com, and you can take a look at the solutions there. If you're quite welcome to hit me up, and I can hook you up with a local SE. I can get you a private demo itself. We have a lot of different ways that you can engage with us. So there's tons of ways. But if you want to contact me, fair enough. I can get you set up. That's not a problem. I can do your demo. I'll get all your questions answered, or I can always put you in front of one of the fly boys who can answer all your questions.
Awesome. All right. Well, I really appreciate the live demo. It's always great to have you on, Patrick. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me on. It's been great.
And for more information on Cohesity, also check out the handouts tab there in your audience console. The very first resource there at the top is the Cohesity Buyer's Guide for Modern Web Scale Backup and Recovery. So make sure that you check out that resource and just download it and view it after today's event. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Mr. Van Flowers, Systems Engineer at Veeam. Van, are you there?
Yeah, I am. How are you doing?
Doing great, Van. Always good to have you on as well. Thanks for being here. Take it away.
Yeah, I live a little bit rural outside of Washington, D.C., and I was chatting with some of the folks when we first got on, talking about the different things and where I am at and what's happening. COVID's kind of been an interesting challenge for so many of us, and I've got a picture on here that I want to show you guys. I've been doing this about 30-plus years. I've been with Veeam since around April 2018. My big things are guitars, and I'm a super uber Mac geek. But the big bears is the thing I want to show you guys just really quick. Walking through my yard the other day was this guy. The game warden estimated this guy at about 700 pounds is what they're thinking. That's my mother-in-law's van there, and it's hard to really tell, but he is the size of a small sofa. So just totally insane. But COVID makes things random, so I thought I'd share that. Anyway, let's talk about Veeam and all the wonderful things that are there about Veeam. You know, if we look at Veeam by the numbers and talk about things from 2019, these numbers are much larger now, but, you know, 81% of the Fortune 500 companies in the world are running Veeam. 66% of the Global 2000 are running Veeam. We're in 160 countries. We have over 375,000 customers. I mean, Veeam is something that just doesn't happen overnight. We've been around a long time. Our software just works. That's the best part about it. I mean, over my years and my career, we've always had the opportunity to work with different products and different solutions, putting them together. And sometimes, as an engineer, you have to kind of make those things sort of work. Veeam just works. It's not, oh, by the way, let's shoehorn this into your environment to make it function and make it work. Veeam will go in and solve those backup challenges that you have, the replication issues that you need, the ability to move data back and forth between cloud, physical, and virtual locations. So wonderful scores as far as Net Promoter. If you think about how much someone enjoys something, those Net Promoter scores are really good. Netflix, which Lord knows everybody and their brother's in the middle of Netflix now because that's what else are we doing. We're at 75. We're quite a few points above Netflix as far as customer satisfaction. So that's something we're really proud of. If we take a look at what Veeam functions at as far as how we integrate, the kind of products and things that we support, the internal API connectivity. In the cloud, we function with AWS, with IBM, soon to be Google, Microsoft Azure. Software as a service, we back up OneDrive, Office 365. Again, Hyper-V, Nutanix HV, VMware, Windows, Linux, and Oracle, AIX, inside of those things. And again, I can't stress enough, it doesn't matter whether your workloads are in the cloud. It doesn't matter if they are physically located on terra firma. It doesn't matter if they are virtual inside your vSphere or Hyper-V environment. We can not only back all of those different environments up, but we can transfer them amongst the others. If I have a VM that's running in my vSphere environment, and I want to go in my console inside of Veeam and right-mouse click on that and transfer it over to AWS, now I can create an EC2 instance right from my backup console. So now I've moved that workload from my physical data center that resides wherever I am up into an environment in the cloud that now allows me to better manage my workload should I have a smoking hole event. You know, it's all about protecting our data, and our data is king. If we control our data, we can control the destiny of our environments because we have the ability to restore and recover those anywhere we choose to. You know, we have orchestration, the ability to make our replications and or, I'm looking for a better word than kind of automated actions, which is kind of what orchestration is. We can go from some of the solutions that we have that allow things to go soup to nuts automatically, or we can stage them. We can create them so that they're going to happen for us based on certain scenarios. We integrate fully with HP, Nutanix, Lenovo, Pure, Dell, EMC, Cisco, all kinds of S3 object stuff, NetApp, Exagrid, all these goodies. And every single day, we're just about adding a new provider that we integrate with their storage, meaning that we can function inside of their snapshot environment and make those backups flow fluidly so that we can move your data where you need it to in the time frames that you need it moved in. You know, the thing to think about is that currently today, Veeam is the absolute leader in cloud data management. You know, our stuff is simple. It functions with built-in intelligence. There is 100% verified recovery. We have something that's called data labs inside, so that when you run your backups at night, you can run them back through data labs, and it will test and verify those backups and then send you an email if you choose to, or text, or whatever you would like to send you back, and say, by the way, those 5 critical systems or those 5,000 critical systems all are functioning fine. You know, the last thing as an administrator in a data center environment wants to see is a resume-generating event. You want to make sure backups are backed up, that you also have the ability to restore and recover those, because a backup that doesn't function isn't a backup at all. It's worthless. We have the ability to test those and always know that your backups are solid and that your backups are restorable. You know, it's flexible. It doesn't matter. We are software defined and we're hardware agnostic. It doesn't matter what you put us on as far as the hardware goes. And we have the ability to constantly move those workloads where we want them to go. You know, our portable data format, we're not going to lock you into anything. We give you the tools that if you use Veeam for 10 years and you decide, you know what, I don't think I want to do this anymore, we provide you with free tools to always get your backups back. It's not going to lock you into some strange format for how the data is being stored. You can always get those things and recover them. It's your data. We want you to have it back if that's what you choose to do. You know, when I think about any app and any data in any cloud, more often than not, I have customers that come to me and go, well, you know, we're kind of putting our toe in the water, trying to find out exactly what we want to do with Azure or what we want to do with AWS. Well, it doesn't matter, as you can see from the screen, whether you have things that are running in your local data center or you have physical boxes. We have agents that can be installed on those physical machines that will allow us to move them back and forth. I have a manufacturing customer that is enormous in size. They have challenges from time to time on a manufacturing floor that their data systems and how they're being delivered to the robots crash just because of the heat, the dust, metal parts, those kinds of things that are flying around. They now have Veeam in place, and they're doing virtualized backups of each one of those physical boxes. If they fail, they take that VM that's running temporarily in vSphere and send it right back down and do a physical build on a brand new machine, so that now they don't have to worry about taking 4 days downtime on those robots or whatever amount of lost revenue it's going to be for them. They have the ability to move those workloads around, virtualize them, move them back to physical and back and forth. Also, as they transfer their locations from point to point, they can move those workloads up into the cloud, Azure, AWS, and allowing them to not only monitor and manage that, but create an environment that can be easily managed from anywhere on the globe without having the RDP, which we all know is one of the biggest connectivity challenges that we're having with ransomware. RDP in your environment is something that you just don't need to do. So we allow you to be able to protect your data and move it as it functions and flows. You know, it's simple. We've got built-in intelligence. It has that actionable insight, okay? We have our backups that can be looked at as they're ran at night, and that will go in and self-heal those backups. If we have incrementals that are being done going forward, and maybe there's a hiccup in a small piece of data in one of the incrementals, you know, of the 100 or 2,000 or 4,000 that you made, it'll go in and look at the actual backup and auto-heal those data bits at night when you're going back and doing the health checks on those backups and or melding them together into actual physical entities of a full backup. It can create and protect that data by self-healing those things moving forward. Great technology. Again, software defined. There's no lock-in, okay? We're not dragging you into something that you can't get out of. And hardware doesn't matter. We don't have a box that you plug in. We don't have something you have to rack onto. If you want to grow and expand it, you just grow and expand it in whatever you choose to. If I have an appliance that's sitting there, not always do I have the ability to just kind of stack and rack on top of those. You don't have to do that with Veeam. You just add to it with whatever product you have out there that is growing your environment. And it just works. I think one of the most interesting things that I get whenever I talk to my customers, because we do periodic health checks, check on folks and see what's going on. You know, one of the things we like about your product, Van, is that it just works. You know, we set it and forget it. You know, oftentimes when I talk to guys and gals that work in the data administration side of things, there's a lot of tweaking and things that need to be done. Once you've got Veeam in place running your backups, sure, you're going to add new machines or remove machines out of those things, but we can use vSphere tags to do those. We can do all kinds of scripting. Anything that PowerShell does, we can run it through, and it just works. It sends you a report through Veeam One at the end of the week or the afternoon, whatever you choose to do, so you can see what has been backed up, what needs to be protected, how much space you're going to have in your environment, when you're going to run out of space potentially, so you know whether or not you need to add new storage or grow a different place that you've got your S3 compatible things in your data recovery and or repositories. It keeps you informed of what's happening. And on top of that, the Veeam One piece of this will go in and take a look at your vSphere Hyper-V environment and say, oh, by the way, you know, you're getting some strange alarms on this. Can we help you take a look at that? Can we help remediate that? Can we also look at and see what's happening in there, because this could be ransomware. So we have a lot of great intelligence and technology that will keep a close eye on your environment. That's all part of your data solution. Remember, our backups that we do in a daily environment, whether you're an IT entity working with tenants or you're an IT entity storing marketing firm, whatever that is, your data is how you function. If you can move that to anywhere you need to bring it back to life, you're not going out of business because you couldn't get to your data. The biggest challenge that people have when they have a ransomware event or they have something that's a quote-unquote smoking hole event that their data completely goes away, the ability to then spin that up somewhere else is critical, and we allow you to do that. Now, this is one of the really cool slides that I really like to look at. It talks about 83 different recovery scenarios that are out there, all the different ways we can go in and say, I can export this to a virtual disk. You know, I can recover and restore individual app in vSphere. I can use an agent for Linux. It's really fun for us to take a peek and see the different ways that we can take your data and then move it to other locations. We can send documents. If we think about like doing backups in Office 365, I can go into 365 and find individual products that are attached in that environment. Suppose I've got PDFs. I may have some type of a zip file that's on something and I want to recover those. I can scroll through that and do individual recoveries. You know, one of the things Microsoft often shares is hey, you know what? We've got a shared responsibility model in your Office 365. And what that means is that you're sharing in the fact that they're not going to protect your data after 30 days. And you also don't have that granular recovery. It's right there in the contracts. So we allow you within that product to go in and manage, care for the feeding and recovery of those things, as well as do the ability to search and go forward. Sally leaves the company. We need to get 2 or 3 things that Sally used to have. I can go inside the interface, right mouse click, forward those attachments to another person or another mailbox altogether, and always have the ability to archive and recover those. And just like all of our products, what's really cool about the Office 365 piece is that if Sally leaves, I can always go to her old backups and recover from them without a license. So there's not a cost involved. Once we go forward, we can't back it up, but we always have the ability to recover things now that she's no longer there. So in a nutshell, you know, what Veeam allows us to do is any data that you have existing today that you need to have backed up, we can do that for you. We can do it whether it's in the cloud, whether it is in a Hyper-V environment, AHV environment. We can move it to physical locations. We can transfer that back and forth between any of the cloud providers that are out there currently today, as well as have the ability to manage that remotely from either the cloud or from terra firma. That's what I've got so far. David, do we have any questions?
Absolutely, man. We always have some good questions for you coming in here. Let's see. While we do some questions from the audience, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone. Let's leave this
Sure.
up. It's asking, what additional information would you like about the Veeam solution? And let's see, I'm sorting some of these. So many good questions coming in. But the first one I was going to ask you here, this is not necessarily on topic today, but they're asking, can Veeam address data protection for remote workers? What about that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great question. Think about the fact that if we have like a remote office set up, we have the ability that we could set up either agents in that location, or we could set up an actual VM, a VM in that environment that would allow us to function and transfer that data up. We can also allow them to do backups right into Azure or AWS. So we have an ability to point those different backups in all kinds of remote locations without any challenge at all.
Nice. Nice. I didn't realize that Veeam had such flexibility on that. Very nice. All right, another question. I like this one. Does Veeam actually host cloud backup services themselves, or do you use cloud providers?
Yeah, actually, we use VCSPs, which are Veeam folks. We do not host any actual data, but we have partners around the globe that will allow you to either function as a Cloud Connect person, or you can use their shared data environment, be able to roll over their data centers themselves and have them function as a secondary or tertiary site for your disaster recovery. But we have a plethora of partners in that environment that do that for us. And
there's more than one, from what I recall, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can think of. I was going to say I'm sitting in the D.C. area. I can think of about 7 that are in a 100-mile radius of my voice right now. So.
Yeah, and I was just kidding. I want to say there was.
I know you
many,
are.
many, like 100 or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Next question. They're asking here is, does Veeam offer a hardware plus software appliance?
No, actually, that's one of the things that I enjoy about Veeam is that we're not hardware bound. We're hardware agnostic. I mean, you could drop me on top of Pure. You could drop me on top of Nimblebox. We could sit on top of NetApp. It truly doesn't matter, but there's no appliance. And the good part about that, in my professional opinion, is now I'm not tied into a piece of hardware that's going to obsolete, that's going to have to be upgraded. Now I'm going to need to spend more money, whether I want to or not, to get the latest and greatest kind of hardware. You know, you're already going to be changing your environment for storage, and in doing so, I just need a place to put your data, and that allows me to be very hardware agnostic and function and flow with anything that's there. I love that question.
Nice. And there's so many, every time we have Veeam on, we have tons of questions that come in. I'm not sure if you can see these here in the Q van. One of the questions, another one here that caught my eye is, what about backing up containers specifically? Can Veeam back up software containers?
We actually, and I'm assuming you're talking about like Kubernetes, those types of containers is what I'm assuming
right.
the person's asking. Yeah, we are in the process. We have a partner now that we're working with, and I think you're going to see in the coming very near future that we're going to have the ability to do that on a regular basis. But that's something that is in process with a partner now, but not fully integrated into our environment.
Okay.
Excellent question. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Another question here, they're asking, what about migrating backups from existing solutions to Veeam?
Yeah, great question. You know, people make different choices, budgets, things change, people want to try something different. Oftentimes we have customers that will walk in and say, look, I've been using this solution a long time, and it doesn't really work for us anymore. We're looking to, hey, take this last 5 years of data that's here and move forward. We have ability to help design the new path for what your backups are going to look like. with also having the ability to access the old backups as we move forward and get to a point of leverage where you no longer need to keep those old ones that are there before. So, yeah, we do that on a regular basis with folks. Tape as well, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good information, because I know that, I mean, just like when you have an aging storage array, let's say, that's kind of one of the big questions that comes up is, okay, well, great, we can get a replacement, but what about migration? And backups are the same way. You have to consider migration as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Another question here, they're asking, can we use Veeam as a sort of migration tool for migrating workloads from on-premises to the cloud?
Man, whoever said that, I probably need to slip them a 20. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's so funny. One of the greatest tools that you have is once you have your data backed up, and that's one of the things I was sharing early on in the slides, is that it doesn't matter to me whether it's a physical box, a virtual box, or cloud. Now that I have your data backed up, I can move it anywhere I want. So suppose I have a data center that's in Washington, D.C., and I get all of my vSphere stuff backed up, and I have 1,000 VMs. Okay, now, maybe temporarily, I'm not sure where my new data center is going to be located, but I need to access those, or I need the ability for some of them to be moved. I could temporarily move those to Azure or AWS, and they could be riding right there in the cloud. So as I'm picking my new data center, hey, I'm still able to manage and monitor those. But then I decide I'm going to drop my data center in Los Angeles, connect up to that environment. I can then spin them back down to a new vSphere environment multiple ways. I can do it through replication. I can do it through pushing it to the cloud and bringing it down. I can do it by connecting to a repository and rescanning. There are a plethora of ways that we can then move that, migrate that data. Biggest challenge, I think, in moving data centers or building new data centers is getting the data in them, and we help make that seamless for you. Love that question.
Nice. Nice. All right. Another question here, they're asking, how does Veeam protect the data catalog and the backup data from a ransomware attack?
And that's a wonderful question. Thank you so much. You know, there's a couple of different things. We don't have a quote-unquote catalog. All the information of every one of your backups is stored with the backup itself, okay? So we have something called a SOBR, which is a scale-out backup repository. Now, SOBR is built into two parts. There is an initial performance layer, which is where you're going to put your high-speed, like a Nimble or NetApp. And there are a multitude of storage vendors we use. I just happen to toss those two out. And that's say we're going to size that for 14 days. So I can do my instant recoveries, all the stuff I need to do quickly, I'm going to size them right there. Well, the second half of that SOBR is where I'm going to put my S3 compatible storage. Now, in S3 and object storage, it's going to allow me to do a couple things. In AWS, or if I'm using something on-prem like Cloudian, I have the ability to make that immutable, okay? Well, immutable means exactly that. You can't change or alter it once it's moved there. So I could create a SOBR that has my normal backups going into it and pushing it to S3. And then maybe I have another kind of backup that I want to set up in that SOBR. It's got that performance layer, but then I push it up into a mutable bucket that resides in the cloud. Now, not only could I not move it, there's a little checkbox that I can tick when I'm building the SOBR. It says, for 30 days or 20 days or 99 days or 5 years or whatever I choose, this backup, once it's stored, cannot be altered, moved, or changed, but I can always restore from it. So if I can't alter, move it, and change it, the guys who are trying to attack my environment, because now I've got it locked so no one can get to it, they can do whatever they choose to do in my environment because either Jimmy, Bob, or Sally has clicked on something that came in their email and corrupted our environment. I can restore back from that immutable backup, and it's totally protected. Something should happen and it gets destroyed, say the data center totally, all I need to do is reconnect back to that SOBR environment in those buckets, and I can rescan them if I've lost my Veeam backup server, and I can rescan it with a brand new box, and it'll come inside and go, oh, here's all these backups in here. Would you like me to kind of bring them into your environment? And it'll import those backups back in. Smooth as glass.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm learning about it.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm learning about Veeam here, just like the audience is as well. So that's very interesting. I didn't know that's how it works. Cool stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. How should I get started with Veeam is what they're asking. You know, maybe they have an existing backup tool. What do you recommend for folks out there who've never used Veeam before?
Well, if you've never used Veeam before, I mean, we have a bunch of options. You know, the best thing for you to do, you can drop me an email, send a note, go to veeam.com, and just click on one of the buttons and say, hey, I'd like to download a white paper. When you download a white paper, it's going to put your information into a database, and someone's going to pick up the phone and call you. I certainly would love to chat with you if you're in the area that I'm at in the D.C., Virginia, northern area. But yeah, that's just that simple. We'll have a conversation, find out what you're trying to accomplish, and we want to make sure that you have a solution that works for you. You know, I get fussed at by the sales guys that I team up with often because I'm not interested in, hey, what are we doing? I want to make sure your solution works. If your solution doesn't work for your environment, it's worthless. You have to be able to manage it. You have to be able to get your backups to function and flow for you. And I promise you, once we've had a good conversation about what you're trying to do, I can solution that for you. So yeah, just veeam.com, download anything that there, a white paper, or drop an email to me, and be glad to put you in touch with one of our engineers if I'm not that guy.
Awesome. I love that approach. A great presentation. Thank you so much, Van. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care.
For more information on Veeam, you can check out the handout that's right there. It's a link. It'll take you to Veeam's website. And like Van said, try out the Veeam solution for yourself. There's a ton of resources out there that can help you to learn more about Veeam. And with that, it's time for our first Amazon $500 gift card drawing. We have a gift card going to Stephen DeGrazia. Stephen DeGrazia from Ohio. Congratulations. We'll reach out to deliver your prize. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next set of presenters on today's Data Protection and Disaster Recovery EcoCast. That is Mr. Robert Bell, who is in Product Marketing at NetApp, and Mr. Jerome McFarland, who is a Solutions Manager for Backup and Disaster Recovery at Google Cloud. Robert and Jerome, take it away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the session hosted by NetApp and Google Cloud. We'll be presenting a cloud-based disaster recovery solution that enables you to generate more value out of your data that you're protecting. My name is Robert Bell, and I'm a product marketing manager at NetApp, focusing on cloud storage solutions.
And hi, everyone. My name is Jerome McFarland, and I'm a solutions manager at Google Cloud, focusing on backup and disaster recovery.
So NetApp has been a leading provider of data and storage management solutions for about 30 years. We have around 300,000 companies that use NetApp technology in their data centers. We've partnered with Google Cloud so that we can ensure that the users experience a smooth transition as they expand their business to the cloud.
Now, Google Cloud brings some really significant value to the enterprises by enabling them to leverage the differentiated infrastructure that Google uses to support its own operations. So enterprises adopting Google Cloud are protected by extremely robust multi-layered security. They get infrastructure that's globally available. They benefit from flexible pay-as-you-go pricing, and they gain access to innovative Google services like AI and ML as examples.
So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be talking about a cloud-based disaster recovery solution. But before we dive into the solution itself, I'd like to go over the trend of cloud-based DR. Now, what we see is that business continuity planning is a necessity. The data is growing rapidly, and the cost of unexpected disasters and outages is just getting higher and higher. So to protect business operations, you really need a resilient infrastructure. But nowadays, that's not even enough. You also need an infrastructure that can scale as the data grows, and one that is flexible so that you can rapidly adapt to changes. And scalability and flexibility are really areas where cloud has an advantage.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right, Robert. Leveraging cloud infrastructure, it's a great way for enterprises to flexibly and economically satisfy their business continuity requirements. Google Cloud infrastructure is geo-distributed. It's designed to eliminate single points of failure that could cause downtime in the events of an unexpected disaster. And also, because cloud infrastructure is elastically scalable, enterprises can flexibly expand their cloud resources on demand. and thereby eliminate the need to invest in expensive, redundant DR hardware that would sit unused most of the time, and also eliminating the need to physically manage and maintain that hardware. Finally, many enterprises find that leveraging cloud as a DR location is also a great first step into the cloud. It allows them to build some familiarity with cloud computing at their own pace, and it provides a springboard for them to adopt additional value-add cloud services.
Okay, so let's have a look at the solution that we're talking about here. This DR solution is provided by NetApp and Google Cloud, and it really lets you access the data in the event of a major on-premises outage. So basically, you can replicate the production data from the data center to the DR site using various tools. But if you have NetApp's ONTAP software on premises, then you already have the replication capability built in. So really all you need to do is to deploy an instance of Cloud Volumes ONTAP on Google Cloud, and this will serve as your DR target, your disaster recovery target environment. And then you can use your existing SnapMirror tool to replicate and synchronize the data between one or more data centers and the cloud environment. So the data is secured with encryption in transit and at rest. And all of the ONTAP storage efficiencies like deduplication, thin provisioning, compression, compaction, all of these are preserved, which really means that you get to spend less on networking and less on storage. But really one of the biggest advantages of using Cloud Volumes ONTAP as the DR target in Google Cloud is that the data remains in the application native format. Now that means that the applications can access the data directly on high performance storage in the Google Cloud environment without the need for any data transformation. And what's more, the data is also automatically tiered back and forth from the high performance persistent disks to low cost Google Cloud storage, depending on whether or not you're using the data. So this whole arrangement significantly reduces the overall costs, and it ensures that you get high performance on demand.
Yeah, and from an architectural perspective, one of the key benefits of cloud is that it provides enterprises with the ability to make choices. You can have active infrastructure staged and running to meet low recovery time objectives, commonly referred to as RTOs, or you might choose to spin up infrastructure only after a DR event occurs. And with Google Cloud, our customers have the flexibility to really closely align their costs with their business continuity needs.
So, we spoke about the solution, but according to Murphy's Law, the more you invest in disaster recovery, the lower the chance that there will be a disaster. But seriously, there is a general sense that the data in the DR environment is just sitting there, not being useful. And Jerome, you mentioned that before. But what I said earlier was that Cloud Volumes ONTAP lets you store the data in its application native format, which means you can actually attach the applications to the data in the DR environment on Google Cloud. But if you access the DR data, then you would actually interfere with the synchronization with the source production data. So we have a really cool solution for this problem. Cloud Volumes ONTAP actually lets you take a snapshot of your data environment and turn it into an active clone of your data. So if you're familiar with ONTAP at all, and you probably heard of this before, being called Flex Clone. So let's say, for example, you wanted to test your DR environment to validate that it will perform as expected in an event of an outage. All you need to do is create a clone, run tests, and then you delete the clone. You've completed validation of the DR without affecting the data in any way. And because this whole system supports APIs, a lot of our users really create their own scripts for automating this whole DR validation process of cloning, testing, and deleting using the automation tools of their choice, like Ansible or Terraform. And one of the nice things about these active data clones is that they really don't require any additional disk space until there are changes made on the clone or on the parent volume. So that means that you can create dozens of independent working environments that can be accessed by multiple teams. And these clones are also created instantly and at no additional costs. So this is really something you can leverage where your teams can run multiple jobs in parallel and then simply delete the clone when they're done. And all this takes place without affecting the original data at all.
That's pretty cool, Robert. I mean, these capabilities from NetApp, they open up the ability to leverage all the unique advantages of Google Cloud, right? By efficiently providing these independent, application-compatible data environments, the enterprises can now activate their data to extract additional value. And activating data for use cases like DevOps, AI, ML, analytics, all these things are now possible. Taking analytics just as one example, compute is often the most constrained resource for enterprises seeking to rapidly analyze their data. And with data aggregated in cloud, those constraints are removed, as Google Cloud's compute resources can be scaled out on demand and then scaled in again once processing jobs are completed. So with this kind of a solution, cloud doesn't only provide a home for the DR data, it also provides a flexible platform for actually activating that DR data.
Okay, so just to summarize, the NetApp and Google Cloud NetApp solution really provides a secure, cost-effective environment for disaster recovery that gives you the flexibility to adapt to changes. With Cloud Volumes ONTAP on Google Cloud, you can activate your DR data to accelerate development and boost analytics. And if you're an existing NetApp customer, it really only takes a few clicks to replicate the ONTAP on-premises environment to Google Cloud. So I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and please feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions.
All right, great presentation there, Robert and Jerome. Thank you very much. We do have a lot of questions here rolling in from the audience. If you have a question about the NetApp and Google Cloud solution, now is the time to get it in. I've got a couple poll questions here for you before we start that. The first question is on the screen, and that is, what is the most important feature in your backup and recovery solution? I'll leave that up there for a moment while we take our first questions. So, Robert and Jerome, are you there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Yep.
Excellent.
Here.
Yeah,
Hello,
just wanted to double check. All right. First question I see here that came in, they're asking, can you give a real-world example of the in-cloud data activation that you talked about?
Yeah, I can take that one. So a good example could be like if you think about the semiconductor industry, right? In that industry, chip design verifications require massive amounts of compute during specific phases of the design process. And also those intensive applications, they rely on traditional file system access protocols. So, therefore, leveraging the cloud as a DR location for semiconductor design files can provide protection against disasters and can also place the data on a platform where compute resources can be scaled elastically and on demand. So this enables those design companies to align their infrastructure resources dynamically to meet their business needs, which lets them design faster and also reduce the CapEx costs that will be associated with, on-premises hardware.
Nice, very nice. Always good to reduce that CapEx cost. I want to go ahead and, before we do our next question, just quickly share the results of this poll. I know you won't be able to see it on the screen, but the results are in, and ease of use at 26% was the #1 most important feature, followed by rapid recovery at 24%, almost a tie there between ease of use and rapid recovery. So thank you everyone who responded to that poll. I brought up a second poll now on the screen, and that is simply what additional information would you like about the NetApp and Google solution? And I'll leave that up here while we take some more questions from the audience. Next question, they're asking, does this DR solution support Windows or Linux applications?
Yeah, I can take that one. Yeah, it actually supports both Windows and Linux. The solution itself supports file. The data can be in file format or block. So it's really whatever you have on premises, you can replicate in the cloud. So if it was, for example, if it was a Windows file server, then you would have the SMB or SIFS protocol running there. If it was a Linux application, typically you'd have the NFS file system. And then, if it's just block, then it can be connected just through an iSCSI protocol. So all of these options are supported.
Very nice. A lot of flexibility there. Next one is, can one can one cloud DR be used as a DR target for multiple on-prem data centers? Is that possible?
Yeah, I'll take that one. It's definitely possible. You know, one of the nice things about cloud is that it's geo-distributed and it's accessible globally. So that allows clouds like Google to serve as a repository for DR data for any number of on-premises sites. And, you know, it's also worth noting that intelligently analyzing data that's aggregated from multiple sites, that can provide some unique insights that might remain hidden if you were only analyzing a data set coming from one location in isolation.
Okay, very nice. Another question, it's about the architecture of this. Is this are there any hardware devices involved in this, or is this a completely software-based solution?
So this is, yeah, it's completely software. There's no hardware involved at all. And in fact, the way that it's combined, I mean, Google Cloud provides the compute and storage and networking infrastructure. And the NetApp part is actually just software running on a compute on Google Cloud. So that's all, it's all software based. As a user, you don't have to install any hardware at all. It's completely software, and therefore it's something that you can scale up, you can scale out, you can move it around different regions, and there's physically no hardware involved at all.
Very nice. Yeah, that makes it very flexible. I'm sure very easy to test and do a proof of concept of as well. Next question, what's the billing like on this? How does the licensing work?
So it's actually quite simple because the solution, the NetApp solution itself is available on the Google Cloud Marketplace. So that's sort of like the point where you could start and deploy the solution. And then the billing is just done through your Google Cloud account. So it's just, and like any other Google Cloud service you are consuming, it works the same way, so that you don't have to worry about the billing at all. It's just another service from Google Cloud.
So it's all OpEx based, really, right? It's just pay as you go, right. Utility based model. I like that.
There are options to get an annual license through NetApp, but that's just if that's a preference. But generally, it's just usually done through the marketplace.
Excellent. And then next question: how frequently is the production data synced with the disaster recovery site?
Yeah, I'll take that one too. That's really. The thing is that you set a policy. So really, the frequency really depends on the user. So depending on how, I mean, it's really about what your policy is for RPO. You can set it to once a day or once an hour, basically, or any frequency you like. And really, the balance is between how frequently you're creating this DR copy and the costs. So obviously, if you want to reduce cost, you do it more frequently, but it has to be balanced. So you have the flexibility to really choose what the frequency is based on your requirements.
Excellent. Yeah, it's good to have that kind of flexibility. And then this question they're asking, is the DR data stored in Google Object Storage, or exactly what Google service is this? Would that data be in?
So yeah, I think in one of the slides that we showed, there was sort of like a line going from the Cloud Volume Zones at the NetApp instance to Google Cloud Storage, which is the object storage. Now, the thing is that the data is sort of, it's initially stored, it uses Google persistent disks. So this is like the high performance fast disks. But when the data is not in use, it is tiered. It's moved to the lower cost Google Object Storage just when it's not in use. So it's sort of like moving back and forth depending on according to whether it's needed or not. So when you're using, if you're like we said, you clone the environment and you want to do tests on it, then it will be running on the high performance persistent disk type storage. But when it's not in use, if it's just there, as a disaster recovery, then it's going to be in object storage, although it can't be accessed through object storage. It can only really be accessed by the user through a Cloud Volumes ONTAP interface. So it's not as if it's in an object separate storage bucket. It's sort of just stored there in sort of like behind the scenes in a secure way, so that as a user you're paying less for the storage itself.
Excellent. Excellent. And this question is a little long, but it says, can I run my existing applications in Google Cloud to support disaster recovery if my on-premises environment is unavailable? And if so, would I need to modify my apps?
Yeah, I can take this one. The answer to the first part is yes. The answer to the second part is typically no. So the vast majority of applications can be run in Google Cloud in an identical fashion to the way that they run on premises, right? Because at the end of the day, Google Compute Engine VM is really simulating a physical server. So most applications that run on-prem can also run in Google VMs with no changes required to the apps. Because from the application's perspective, it really doesn't need to know or care whether the OS that it's running in is provided by the on-prem infrastructure or provided by GCP. And this also applies to VMware VMs, as those can run in GCP with no changes by leveraging the Google Cloud VMware engine.
Excellent. Excellent. I like that. No changes needed there. That's important. Another question here. Am I able to leverage any form of automation to perform disaster recovery?
Yeah, I can take that one also. Definitely automation is in play for sure. Customers frequently use automation to simplify tasks in the cloud. And, specifically regarding DR, as an example, infrastructure as code offerings like Terraform can be used to provide orchestration to help simplify DR. For example, if leveraging Google Cloud as a remote DR location, you could use something like Terraform to control which VMs spin up in GCP when a DR event occurs and in which order those VMs spin up, and then how they should connect back to the cloud-hosted DR data.
Nice. Nice. Let's see. Other questions here. So many questions coming in. Thank you, everyone out there in the audience. We do appreciate it. They're asking, am I able to leverage? Oh no, we just did that one. Sorry. All right. Next one here. Does the customer have visibility into where the data is stored in the Google Cloud, and have any sort of configuration on that? Like, well, I want this to be on fast storage or slow storage, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'll take that one. The customer, the user is in full control of how the data is managed, because basically ONTAP is a data and storage management system, and it runs in Cloud Volumes ONTAP. It's running on Google Cloud, so it sort of gives you an extra level of control over how the data is managed. So first of all, you see exactly where the data is, how it's distributed, but you also decide. I mean, you can choose the type of disks based on the performance of the disks, and there's always the cost-performance balance. But you get to choose sort of like what the based on the performance requirements, what you want fast to be, and then when it's not fast, you can also choose how much of that data is going to be moved to the low-cost storage. And that's the decision is usually based on really how much you're going to be using the data. If you know that it's just going to be for DR and most of the time it's just going to be there waiting, then you can in fact put almost all of the data in the low-cost storage and just leave the metadata so that you can still see the file system. But if you're going to be using it frequently, you might want to have it on high performance. And again, you can choose. It's all flexible, and you can scale up, scale down. You can make decisions and change your mind. That's really the beauty of it, is the flexibility and the control that you have to how you want it to be managed, and then you see exactly how it's managed. You even have built-in tools for sort of like monitoring the performance, because you could say in a certain case you might have over-provisioned, and you can see that you're really just not using the full capacity. You can move to a lower cost storage. On the other hand, you can see that it's the storage is like reaching its peak, and you want to maybe move to a faster storage so that you won't encounter any performance issues. So all of this is fully controllable.
And the costs are determined based on your decisions. Is that true?
Yes. So then you can, exactly, you can, it's always a balance between cost and performance, but there are also things sort of that you can take advantage of. Like I said, the tiering, moving back and forth to object, is something where there's no penalty, because when you're not using it, you don't want it to be sitting on the high cost storage. So it's because it's on demand. It's when you use it, when you're using the data, you want it to be high performance. When you're not using it, you don't. You really do get a benefit of being able to get the high performance, but at a low cost overall.
Got it. Okay. Another question here, they're asking, are there any limitations on the NetApp volume size for replication into Google?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
They're asking if there's any limitation on the NetApp volume size that can be replicated.
Well, typically, the volumes on Cloud Volumes ONTAP, you can have volumes of, in total, you can sort of like reach around 1 petabyte. But typically, there's less data in each one of those volumes. If you look at the on-premises environment, any volume you would have on ONTAP can be replicated in Cloud Volumes ONTAP. So there's no hard limit to the size, but typically, you would just, whatever size volume you would have on premises could be replicated in the cloud. It's the same operating system, so it has the same functionality.
Okay. And then a follow-up question to that, they're asking, are there separate licensing needs or requirements for this from NetApp, for example, FlexClone licensing or something else?
No, the FlexClone is included in the ONTAP. In fact, all the ONTAP features that you get on premises, they're all included in Cloud Volumes ONTAP. So if it's something that is in ONTAP, SnapMirror, FlexClones, all of those features don't require any additional licenses. If it's something that requires a license on premises, then in those cases it would require a license on the cloud as well, if it's like an additional system. But everything in ONTAP on premises is supported in Cloud Volumes ONTAP too.
Nice. Okay. Well, I think that's all the time we have in our Q&A window here, but a really cool presentation. Thank you so much to NetApp and Google, and thank you so much, Robert and Jerome, for your great presentation and all the tons of questions we answered.
Thanks a lot, David. Pleasure.
For more information on the NetApp and Google solution, check out there in your handouts tab. There is a solution brief on Cloud Volumes ONTAP. You can download that and check it out after today's event. And of course, visit netapp.com and Google Cloud for more information and more details on this. And now it's time for our next presenter on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. John Stein, Cloud Sales Engineer at Clumio. John, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello, everybody.
Thanks for being on, John. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks for the time today. Really appreciate it. So as you said, my name is John Stein. I'm a sales engineer with Clumio. Today I'm going to speak with you about SaaS data protection for an all-cloud world. Clumio is a newer player in this space, and most of you may not have even heard of us yet. So I'm going to dive right into the primary data protection challenges in an all-cloud world. Most of us are in organizations today that have data dispersed across many different locations and many different types of cloud implementations as well. So what I consider about the three kind of primary overarching challenges in today's modern IT world are cost and complexity to start with. Cost and complexity are tightly coupled. When you think about data protection, legacy backup platforms that were built for traditional data centers, they're all based on fixed, purpose-built appliances and heavy software deployments. Deploying those fixed resources in the cloud requires persistent compute and storage resources. And those resources drive up cloud costs significantly, and they ultimately create the same inherent complexities as a multi-tiered backup solution that's on premises. Alternatively, if you're using native backup options provided by the standard public cloud vendors, those protection models are based on snapshots, and retention of snapshots in the cloud also drive up costs very quickly. I've talked to many mid to large customers who have a significant presence in the public cloud, and it's not uncommon to hear that snapshots just being retained for backup purposes comprise over 30% of their monthly cloud bill. And no CIO or CFO wants to hear that backup copies contribute to 30% of their cloud spend. The second big key challenge is around data vulnerability and compliance. And those are also tightly related. So just as with traditional private cloud or on-premises workloads, production data that resides in the public cloud or in enterprise SaaS applications must also be protected with the same rigor as on-premises data. So the assumption that says, well, I've moved all my data into the cloud, so it's inherently protected, right? Unfortunately, well, that's not true. The shared responsibility model requires that cloud consumers are proactive and intentional about protecting their data that lives in the cloud, either with third-party tools or native services that these providers offer. So organizations are ultimately always responsible for the security of their data and their access layers, regardless of where the data physically resides. So data in the cloud is just as vulnerable to threats and attacks, including ransomware and malicious users. That's a really key important takeaway here. And furthermore, data retention policies that apply to production data on-prem should still apply to important data in the public cloud or in your SaaS applications, because you've always have to be able to recover or produce your data from a previous point in time, ranging from several days back to several months or even years prior, depending again on your business requirements and what your specific industry regulations might be. And then the third primary challenge that I want to briefly touch on is reliable recovery. And this is really key. You would think recovery would just be inherent to every workload across any cloud implementation you have. But the reality is that using native cloud utilities for backup is often a brute force method of protection. And traditional snapshots, if that's how you choose to protect your data, require a multi-step restore process to recover even just one file or item, which is prone to mistakes and could take a lot of time to complete from end to end. Furthermore, snapshot managers, which you may have heard about today or in other discussions, snapshot managers and point solutions don't provide a globally indexed catalog for recovery across different environments or different clouds. So the restore process could be completely different from one workload that you want to protect to a completely different workload you want to protect. Having all those point solutions and different processes and workflows just adds more risk around recoverability. And then finally, a centralized data protection platform will always be preferable over multiple point solutions, since the process for recovery will effectively be the same for all data types. And ultimately, that allows for flexible recovery options as well. So what is Clumio? Well, first and foremost, Clumio is simple. We're a secure enterprise SaaS platform for backup and recovery, and we allow you to protect data in private cloud, public cloud, and enterprise SaaS applications. And because we're built on cloud-native, cloud-optimized components, we scale to provide cost-effective backup as a service with zero, and I do mean zero, heavy lifting for customers. So backup management is a great use case to move to an as-a-service model, because it effectively alleviates significant operational overhead and cost, so you and your organization can focus on using IT to drive your core business instead. And because we're SaaS, we just get better while you sleep with a rapid pace of innovation. Today, we protect VMware workloads, both on-prem and VMware Cloud, as well as native AWS EBS and RDS services, as well as Microsoft 365. So our vision is ultimately to become the cloud-agnostic data protection platform for all primary enterprise use cases. And another thing to key on here is there are no hidden costs with Clumio. Our customers only pay for the front-end data sources that they protect, and it's on a very flexible subscription model. And you can retain backups up to 7 years with unlimited restore capability. So it's not this traditional pay up front for big capital expenditure purchase. Instead, you can actually buy it on a very incremental incremental, flexible model. So I'm going to make a bold claim here and take a breath. So today, bad actors are effectively akin to a natural disaster. So what do I mean by that? We all hear about companies being compromised. Unfortunately, they have to make this publicly known in many cases. And if you think about the threat from ransomware and malicious software, it is effectively creating the need for contingency plans and DR plans like never before. And sadly, in the midst of a global pandemic, we've seen this massive increase in remote work from home. So what that has unfortunately done is also led to a surge in ransomware events. In fact, it's been shown that there's been almost 150% spike in ransomware attacks just in March 2020 alone, after everyone effectively had to move to a remote work model. And unfortunately, the bad guys don't slow down in this case. In other words, they effectively kind of take advantage of what's effectively already a contingency plan or a natural disaster in the sense of a pandemic to even increase the likelihood that you have exposure to be attacked, which is very unfortunate. And by the way, the cost of ransomware events is continuing to skyrocket as far as being able to pay out in crypto or whatever it requires to get access to your data again. So I'll follow up my claim with a simple fact. Backups, like we're talking about today, cannot prevent ransomware attacks, but they do absolutely provide a critical cure to a ransomware event. So this is where Clumio comes in a very unique way as well. Since we talk not about ransomware prevention, but let's talk about, okay, let's assume something bad has happened to your data or you have been hit with ransomware. We think there are 4 essential pillars for a ransomware cure. And those pillars are having air-gapped copies of your backup, so having an air-gapped backup environment off your network, immutable backups, in other words, backups that once they're written cannot be changed, rapid recovery, which is specific to Clumio, and I'll talk about how we do that, as well as cross restores. So these are 4 pillars to very quickly and reliably recover from a ransomware attack without you having to pay the piper. So let's start with air gap and immutability. What do I mean by that? Well, first and foremost, air gap is a pretty common IT term these days, where it effectively means you're able to get an isolated environment off your primary network, off of your primary domain, so that nothing bad can effectively access those resources or those assets in that air-gapped environment. The nice thing about Clumio is because we're SaaS-based data protection in the cloud, all backups written into Clumio are completely off the network at the time of your backup completion, and there's no way for external actors to get access to that data. So it's effectively off network from the standpoint of the cloud connector, which is living in your primary domain. It's just a stateless small bit of software that communicates to our backend cloud. But as soon as it writes any configuration data or backup data into the Clumio cloud, that data is effectively unpenetrable from that point on. So it's a very nice immediate inherent air gap model. Then the other nice thing too, all of your backups are also checked in a continual way and indexed on the back end to ensure the integrity of the backup, to ensure that each backup written is recoverable, both on a granular and a full image level. And then we also separate out backup metadata and data. And this is where we start to get into not just air gapping your backup data, but actually keeping your configuration, your policy information, your backup catalog, your configuration database, all that information is actually stored separately from your backup data. And that's, again, using cloud-native, secure, optimized services in our back-end platform. So there's no way for external access to make changes to your metadata, nor can you make any changes to backup data that's already been written. Everything is stored in an immutable object store. Everything is encrypted end-to-end. There's only very specific API calls that can even write the backups or make changes to your configuration, and that's all done through the Clumio workflow. There's no external access to the data. There's no traditional file system mount points. There's no traditional persistent data access from your on-prem environment to the Clumio cloud. The only access is through this stateless cloud connector, which is represented by the little Clumio logo here in the middle circle. So air-gapped and immutability is obviously the first 2 pillars. So you want to make sure your backups are off your network. They're in an immutable format that can't be accessed except through the Clumio workflows. And you also ensure that backups, once they're written, they cannot be modified, they cannot be corrupted, they cannot be deleted outside of their normal retention policy. So that's a huge benefit. The only read or the only access you can have on a backup is a read-only operation back as part of a recovery or part of a reporting mechanism. And then the other two pillars for ransomware recovery that Clumio offers are rapid recovery and cross restores. So if you notice in the middle, again, Clumio Backup as a Service, all of your data is immediately protected in our cloud securely. That also gives you the ability to very flexibly restore full instances of your backups to either the same location or a completely alternate location. So when we talk about rapid recovery, we can restore a full virtual machine, let's say a VMware virtual machine. We can restore that using reverse change block tracking, which means that if I've already got my source VM in my existing data center or my existing colo, I can do a full recovery from my backup and only ship back the changed blocks or the deltas to recover that full VM. That allows us to do a full VM restore in just a fraction of time that it would normally take if I had to restore that entire VM block for block. So an example that we have in a blog out there by David Klee shows that he tested a 500 gig VM restore. It completed in less than 5 minutes. And that's using that rapid recovery facility, which is unique to Clumio, doing a reverse change block restore of your data back to any VMware location that you have. We also do parallel chunked restores. What I mean by that is we spin up serverless functions around a restore job so that we can parallelize a restore. So instead of doing a single threaded recovery of any instance, whether it's VMware, AWS, or Microsoft 365, we can provide parallel serverless functions that effectively do a faster restore so that you don't have to worry about single threaded limitations. And again, it's leveraging just effectively the unlimited power and resources of the cloud. Then the other thing we do, the last pillar, is cross restores. So again, because all of your data is centralized in Clumio's cloud, we have the ability to flexibly restore to any registered location with the Clumio service. And this is part of our default workflow. So let's say you have a vCenter location in, call it New York City or something, and you want to restore it to Chicago. You can do that as part of the normal UI workflow. There's nothing special about that. That's built into our native, normal exercised code. You can also do alternate restores from one AWS account to another. You can also restore a Microsoft 365 mailbox or mail items from one mailbox user to a completely different user or a completely different Microsoft 365 domain. We have a lot of capabilities there that, again, get you back to how quickly can I restore service if my primary data has been encrypted. I need as many options as possible and as clean options as possible in order to recover to a potentially alternate instance or an alternate location. I need that capability so that I'm not held hostage by a bad actor. So moving right along, going back to the original problem statement, what were the three problems we wanted to address? Cost and complexity, data vulnerabilities and compliance, reliable recovery. Wouldn't it be great if you could address the ransomware risk while also solving the challenges of data protection in an all-cloud world? Well, guess what? You actually can do that with Clumio. So how do we do both? Well, from a cost perspective, Clumio is predictable, flat subscription-based model, and it's based, again, on that front-end data protected, not on any back-end resources consumed or based on the number of restores or cloud, none of that type of cost. There's no hardware or software to deploy and maintain over time for you. It's truly as a service consumed as enterprise SaaS. Our customers typically see 30 to 50% cost savings over traditional on-prem backup solutions, as well as about 30% cost savings compared to snapshot-based solutions in the cloud. And remember, there's nothing to pre-buy. You can easily consume a Clumio subscription month to month. Secondly, Clumio is simple and intuitive. So again, driving out cost and complexity. We do that both with cost savings I just mentioned, as well as the simplicity. As a native SaaS solution, we can be fully deployed for your environment in about 15 minutes. And that's just over a remote session. You can start protecting your data within 15 minutes. You could contrast that with a traditional backup solution that typically takes days or even weeks to fully deploy in many cases. So day-to-day management is also very low touch. Since Clumio monitors the environment, your backup environment end-to-end, we also provide proactive support. So not only do we drive out complexity in deployment and day-to-day management, but we also drive down the cost associated with time. And time is a huge asset. We can never get more than 24 hours in a day. So being able to cut time out of managing and backup and recovery involved in babysitting backups and initiating multi-step recoveries and so on, Clumio can do all that for you very simply. And then to address vulnerabilities and compliance, having a simple platform with a central view into all backup and recovery operations is huge. And across all dispersed clouds, that's obviously step one. The nice thing too is our hardened security model, which includes SOC 2, Type 1 and Type 2 compliance, HIPAA attestation, high trust certification, and end-to-end immutability with loosely coupled services. It makes our backup platform especially safe from compromise, which I discussed a little bit earlier as well. And then being able to ensure compliance with global search and reporting makes it easy for you to prove that you're protected. And that's a huge deal when you've got data dispersed across multiple locations and cloud environments. And then lastly, having an immediately scalable as-a-service platform built with ephemeral compute resources, immutable, durable object storage, and cloud-optimized everything means that we can outwork the bad actors that are looking for ways to compromise your production data. And by the way, they look for ways to compromise your backups before they even encrypt your primary data, typically. There's been so many cases in the news where a ransomware event actually wasn't even known or triggered until the ransomware software effectively crippled the backup environment so that the customer could not initiate a recovery once their data was locked, which again is super unfortunate when you don't have an immutable backup platform. And then our ability to scale on demand and enable immediate recovery from any backup to any location also ensures reliable recovery, which is of course paramount to solving the data protection problem across dispersed data locations. So I'm just going to check the boxes here. And of course, it's always nice to have a customer testimonial. Corey Smith, the CIO of City of Davenport, Iowa. So just highlighting something he said to us. He's been our customer for about a year and a half. And I won't read the quote. I know everybody on this webcast can read, but it's an important testimonial, just a note from an earlier customer of ours. And then secondly, locally, I have a customer here in the Indianapolis area, a mid-sized insurance company, recently got on board with Clumio. They moved away from Avamar and Data Domain from Dell EMC, moved to Clumio for all of their offsite backup protection. And they specifically had a C-level initiative to basically solve or hedge against a ransomware attack with their backups. And they had solved that very easily. They checked that box very easily with Clumio and onboarded in a couple of weeks, got all their VMs protected, and they've been good to go ever since. And it's just been quiet. The feedback we continually get for them, it's just quiet. It just works. I don't have to worry about it anymore. And I know I'm safe and recoverable anytime, anywhere I need it. So again, very nice testimonial, especially coming from an insurance company who's in the business of mitigating risk. They totally mitigated the risk of a bad malicious event using Clumio, and they signed on within 15 minutes, started protecting their data. So in summary, what is Clumio? At a high level, we hopefully address the ransomware issue very well, but also just the fact that we're easy to manage. Our second core tenet is predictable cost. We scale on demand because we've got the power of cloud. There's no fixed resources or fixed upfront costs that you have to manage in the cloud or otherwise. And then, of course, always on security and compliance is huge for us. Today, our built into our policy engine goes up to 7-year retention, but we are definitely looking at options to extend that. And we'd love to, talk to you about that. We don't have anything officially enforced yet beyond 7 years, but that's something that we're hearing more and more of, and we're happy to address that with customers in the interim, and then, of course, build a feature set to allow that natively in the user experience as well. But yes, we're at 7 years today, but again, we're open to extending that based on the demand. So I'm going to pause there and open it up for any Q&A. And also just happy to talk about the ability to do 30-day trials, no risk, flexible scope. And again, like I said, it's very easy to onboard and you can try it out yourself. And please visit us at the link there as well.
Excellent presentation. We do have some questions here for you from the audience. This question, does Clumio perform inline file indexing or post-backup file indexing?
That's a great question. We actually do that, but we don't really do it in line in the sense that it doesn't impact any of your resources that our Cloud Connector consumes. So remember that Cloud Connector is that small stateless bit of software I talked about that is deployed for your local data source that we want to protect. The indexing for all of your backup data actually happens on the back end in our cloud. So we use our resources on the back end, so not to impede your backup time or your backup transfer costs or anything like that associated with your on-prem or your local resources. So that's a really nice thing because, again, indexing does not impede or impact anything with your production running environment. It's all done on the back end. I guess you could say instead of being inline, it's offline or out of band, but it's always done and it's always verified on our back end. So you know you've got a fully indexed catalog of all of your objects that can be granularly recovered down to a individual file or folder or item level.
Very nice. Very nice. Next question comes from Henry. He's asking, can you back up an environment from one cloud provider and restore it into a different provider?
I love that question because that question I probably get 5 to 7 times a week easy right now. So that's in our vision. That's our long-term vision. One thing I mentioned, and it sounds like Henry keyed on it early, as I used the term cloud agnostic. Our vision is to effectively become that central cloud agnostic data protection provider. So our goal is for you, and let's say you're in AWS today, that's your primary production environment, or maybe you want to go multi-cloud, or maybe you're shifting to Azure, or maybe you want to move into GCP at some point. Our goal is to be able to provide the ability to do protected migrations from one cloud to another and minimize things like egress costs, because it's easy to get in the cloud. Everybody says it's hard to get out. They make it somewhat painful, but we want to provide that data protection methodology to enable you to do that and even to do conversions from one, let's say, cloud virtual machine type or instance type in this vendor and convert it as part of your Clumio recovery process for your other cloud provider. Now, to be candid, we don't deliver that today, but we've built a platform that's going to enable us to do that. The foundation is there. We just have to add data planes into each cloud provider and support the native services within each cloud provider before we can then start to support cloud-to-cloud migration and protection, or even protecting, let's say, Azure resources in AWS or vice versa to have just an increased resiliency as well. We're in AWS today. Azure's coming early 2021, and then Google will follow beyond that. But those are the big three that we're looking at or that we're focused on for public cloud. And then in the SaaS world today, it's Microsoft 365, but we're going to be looking at some other enterprise SaaS applications later. And then for on-prem private cloud, it's VMware as well as VMware Cloud on AWS today. So those are the primary today. But yes, great question, and that's absolutely where we're going.
Okay. Excellent. And I think you just answered this question. Do you foresee other clouds to restore to and save data to in the future? We just covered that one. Next one here, does Clumio back up SMB file shares?
We do not. And well, let me speak this natively. Yeah, if those are served off of like a purpose-built SMB, appliance, like a NAS appliance or something like that. We don't protect NAS natively. Now, if you're serving up SMB from a virtual machine or a virtual file server, then yes, of course, we can protect that virtual machine in that case. SMB is really not where we're headed. Let me put it this way. We'll support OneDrive on Microsoft 365 before we support SMB because we're more in the game of skating to where the puck is going in the sense that more modern workloads are traditionally kind of moving away from that traditional on-prem NAS approach, and they're moving more to a more true like cloud native type of sharing capability. So that's not on our near-term roadmap. I'm not saying we'll never support it, but it's not where we're going in the foreseeable future.
Okay. All right. And I think the final question we probably have time for here in our Q&A slot is, what should people do to get started? I just brought up the 30-day trial link. So they go there, and then kind of what happens after that?
Yeah, that's perfect. You can reach out to the directly on the Clumio website, and there's a form you can fill out. But then also, reach out to your local partner or your local Clumio team. Reach out to me, and I can definitely get you in touch. We're a pretty small and agile sales team across the U.S. and Canada today. But yeah, you can reach out. We can schedule an onboarding or schedule a demo, whatever you'd like to see. But it's so easy for us to get the service running on behalf of a customer that wants to try the platform that it really does only take a coordination of one phone call effectively, and then you can be testing the experience yourself.
Awesome. All right. Well, there's a number of more technical questions there for you still in the folder you might want to check out. Maybe get back to those folks. But a really great presentation.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being on the event today, John.
I really appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to Clumio for supporting today's event. Check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. It's entitled Be Prepared for Ransomware Recovery. And of course, go check out the Clumio website for the 30-day free trial. And now it's time for our next Amazon $500 gift card announcement. That's going to Blake Buser from Missouri. Congratulations, Blake Buser from Missouri. Still 5 more gift cards to give out on the presentation today, so make sure you stay tuned. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's event. That is Mr. Derek Seiler, Solutions Architect at Flexential. Derek, are you there?
I am. This is Derek with Flexential. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah. Thanks for being on, Derek. Take it away.
Excellent. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come on and speak. Just before I get into my presentation, so folks know a little bit about who Flexential is, in case you're not familiar with the brand. But Flexential is a leading provider of cloud managed services and data center colocation infrastructure services across North America and Europe. And we really specialize in helping clients take that journey from on-premise to colocation to cloud, and really act as our client's trusted advisor on finding the right cloud for the right application workload. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit more today over the next few minutes about protecting your remote workforce. So my role here at the organization is as a solution architect, and I work with our channel partners and do presentations in front of our enterprise customers. And one of the things that is very topical for them today is how are they addressing this new normal that is being created out of the COVID pandemic that is requiring shelter in place, and sort of creating a new normal for how they're going to ensure productivity and security of their remote workforces on a go-forward basis. So that would be the context of my presentation over the next few minutes. So one thing to think about when you're considering how you're going to equip your knowledge workers for remote productivity and the ability to securely access your critical enterprise applications is to think of what is your data protection or disaster recovery strategy that is going to surround that. And a precursor to all of that is to understand that disasters that can cause unplanned downtime come in a lot of different forms. It's not just simply, the large-scale regional outages that many people think of when they think about disaster recovery planning, like a hurricane that would come up the coast, or an earthquake, or wildfires, or things of that nature. Much more common is technology failures, equipment failures, cyber attacks specific to the pandemic that we're all managing through currently have actually gone up sharply. There's network failure, there's human error, regional power failures, things of that nature. So all of you are going to be experiencing unplanned downtime. It's a matter of how you're planning for it and how you're approaching your data protection strategy in a holistic manner that's going to make sure that you can provide uninterrupted application experiences to your customers and to your work groups, specifically as those work groups get more distributed in the face of the COVID pandemic. So my agenda over the next few minutes is to talk about, the work from home impact on IT infrastructure and security, specifically how Flexential can help you to meet those needs, why you should be thinking about cloud for disaster recovery, or sometimes called DRaaS, disaster recovery as a service, and then how to partner with Flexential for optimal success. So what is the impact of the pandemic and working from home for your knowledge workers on IT infrastructure and your security posture today? Well, one thing to think about before you're even beginning to be planful in terms of the methodology that you're going to deploy your data protection solutions around and how cloud comes into that is to understand that remote work has become the new norm. There's a lot of information coming out now from your Gartners and your Forresters. This is actually from CNBC, the source here, that is showing that as we began to embrace, the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on today's white-collar workforce, one thing became clear as we got into the multiple months of this is that a new normal was beginning to take shape. Cloud enabled the delivery of productivity remotely. And business planners and budget planners and enterprise planners and decision makers in corporate America began to realize that they were able to continue to satisfy their customers' requirements from an efficiency perspective, working from home almost as easily as they could in a classic office environment. So what we're finding now as we're speaking to our analyst groups and beginning to call that information of where we as a cloud managed service provider fit into this is to realize that a lot of our customers, a significant percentage of their workforce that is working in a shelter-in-place or remote work capacity today isn't going to go back into an office environment in the future. So if your employees, the workforce composition was 5% or maybe 10% virtual, the new normal, the post-COVID new normal, maybe 15% or 20%, and you have to be planful and make sure that your systems can handle that accordingly. And all of these are very trend favorable for cloud-based technologies. This here shows some data points around where IT planners are spending their budget dollars and what's sort of driving that. Continues to be very trend favorable, as does security. So in terms of share of wallet, cloud-based delivery platforms, the security that's surrounding those delivery platforms, and then remote access are very, very top of mind in terms of budget setting and budget priority. And it's not that IoT and AI and machine learning and other big digital transformation drivers aren't going to continue to command a share of wallet. It's just that cloud and those platforms in terms of the consumption models for IT is very trend favorable in relation to the pandemic before and after. And one thing to realize is that cloud has become the mainstay, right? As folks are moving these enterprise applications to cloud platforms, they're not really specifically doing it for economic reasons. What they're doing it for is to better tie the consumption of their IT resources more closely to the revenue expectations of the application line of business owners, right? So it's about how do you create what used to be a cost center and tie it more closely to a profit center, right? How are you more elastic and scalable, responsive, secure, and reliable? Over time, a cloud consumption model for IT, whether that's SaaS or PaaS or IaaS or whatever, it is not going to be more economical than a traditional CapEx on-premise IT consumption model, but it is going to be significantly more elastic. It is going to be significantly more responsive. So as your application development teams are moving from a more traditional model into a DevOps model, and trying to be more responsive and do faster time to markets in terms of their application code release, they're going to need that elastic cloud model to be, more nimble and more responsive. So Flexential can meet this need, whether it's, desktop as a service, right? So the ability to extend that cloud experience to a remote desktop level securely and distributed across the country, whether that's disaster recovery as a service, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation, that, how do you architect your data protection strategy overall, whether that's just traditional IaaS with, hosting, your productivity suites overall. Cloud is the mainstay, and it's the norm, and it's here to stay. So, but the security and the vulnerability has increased significantly because of COVID-19. So there's some data points that we've seen from various analyst groups that have shown approximately a 150% spike in ransomware attacks, specifically targeting COVID-19. And what the pandemic has caused IT planners to take into account from a security posture perspective is these remote workers are utilizing things like BYOD, right? Bring your own device. They may be accessing your corporate infrastructure and application environments from, home routers or public Wi-Fi or personal devices. So the ability to deliver something like DRaaS, a desktop as a service, kind of helps to create that isolated, secure, while still optimally efficient work experience, and protecting your crown jewels, protecting your corporate IT applications. And just understand that malicious actors, bad actors, are going to continue to be trying to, penetrate your security networks and find areas of vulnerability in your security posture, and they're specifically using COVID-19 as a way to try to gain entry into your networks. And all the analysts that we've been talking to have seen that emergence of COVID-19 specifically as a driver behind these ransomware attacks. So this creates a new approach methodology for data protection overall. What you might have seen previous, because everybody has some sort of active data protection strategy in place today, right? The kind of the core or most fundamental would just be, offsite data protection or offsite backup, right? But what previously was a very reactive posture, we're encouraging our clients to take a much more proactive posture. And what exactly does that mean? Well, you should be, working with cloud managed service providers and partners to try to find ways to create a multi-tiered data protection strategy. Encourage your partners and your cloud managed service providers to engage with you in tabletop exercises where, you can be led consultatively through scenarios of, how is your DR planning? How effective would it be in a real-time scenario? Have you done things like tiered your applications? Do you understand what your tier 0 and tier 1 and tier 2 and so forth applications are? Do you understand all of your application interdependencies between that, right? Do all of the application development and application line of business owner teams understand all the dependencies that work together so that you understand, in what order to bring up your applications if you actually have a critical failover, and have you run those, through real world exercises. So developing these tabletop and executing these tabletop exercises can help you to find, what these gaps may be in your data protection strategy, and then how to remediate accordingly. And you need to develop a disaster recovery infrastructure that is future-proof, right? And that starts first by embedding cloud in your DR strategy overall. That gives you the scalability, the incrementalism, the ability to, add virtual machines, take virtual machines off, reclassify applications, and the tiering of it and the order with which you're going to bring it up. It also gives you, a broad set of tools to incorporating cloud into your DR strategy overall to put the right kind of cloud towards the right kind of data protection strategy. For example, DRaaS, or disaster recovery as a service, is really all about your most critical applications. So what are those virtual machine workloads that are most integral and most critical to your business environment? and how do you ensure their availability where and when you need it, and how can you get that from a recovery time and a recovery point perspective? How can you get that critical application up and running in 2 hours or less, or 4 hours or less, or whatever it would be, from the sensitivity to downtime? Right. That's very different, however, than backup as a service. Backup as a service is basically your ability to restore your entire system, to do a full system restore. Backup as a service is very good for operational restores. That's very different than your disaster recovery planning overall. Disaster recovery is for your tier 1 and tier 2 apps. Your backup would be more for your operational restore. So you have a server failure or a file you need restored. And then you also have to think about, well, what about long-term archiving? And that's where things like object-based storage or archive as a service can come into play. A cloud managed service provider like Flexential can provide you that portfolio of cloud-based data protection solutions that cover all of them. So why do you want to consider cloud for your disaster recovery overall? Well, the biggest thing is that cloud allows you to choose the right solutions that are going to be appropriate for the right workload, right? For cloud-based disaster recovery, that's going to be all about understanding, and that's something that can come out of these tabletop exercises and taking this consultative approach and proactive approach to your data protection. But disaster recovery as a service is all going to be about, identifying what applications are absolutely mission critical. That means they have a very low tolerance for data loss, right? That's the recovery point objective, or RPO, right? That's the point of failback that you're going to be restoring your systems from. They have a very low tolerance for, RTO as well. They want that as near zero as possible, right? And then they might have certain, security and compliance requirements for data encryption and data at rest, if they're governed by, things like HIPAA or PCI DSS, whatever would be that would govern the particular application environment based on the sensitivity of the data that is being handled, right? That's very different than backup as a service, right? You can afford a little bit of downtime. It might be an application that's not, core, mission critical to the enterprise. Oftentimes it requires longer term retentions of the files and images and so forth. The ability to offload that into longer term, more affordable archiving is an important consideration as well. So you should be asking this when you're thinking about your data protection strategy overall. And your data protection strategy should have an end-to-end methodology, right? So you have disaster recovery for mission critical, you have backup as a service for your operation restores, you have archive and object-based storage for long-term archival. Certain types of data sets don't, compress and deduplicate very effectively like you may apply towards your backup technologies. You may need to offload those onto, lower performance, lower cost disk because the compliance is driving, a 7-year retention period or a 10-year retention period around that. You may need to keep it in your active backup catalog for a certain period of time and then offload it. So you need to be able to have interoperability or connection between your backup environment and your long-term archival. And professional services can help you decide which is which and what goes where and what types of cloud technologies and what sort of data protection methodology should apply based upon those application environments, and cloud managed service providers like Flexential can help you figure that out. So just to wrap up on final thoughts, and then we'll open it up, I believe, to a couple of questions and then how to partner with us for optimal success. So just understand, I've hit this point a couple of times throughout the presentation, but when you're planning a data protection strategy, understand that it is multi-tiered. Right? Cloud-based backup is typically using snapshots and replication-based technology out of storage arrays or hypervisor-based replication that's storage agnostic, but it's all about real-time replication, near zero or very close to zero RPOs or recovery points. Sub 2 hour, sub 4 hour recovery times from multiple hundreds of virtual machines. All of that fully managed. The ability to self-restore, meaning that you have access through a client portal to run self-initiated disaster recovery tests, maybe on a small scale, but also the ability to have that fully managed for you. Right, and then of course the professional services layer, the professional services wraparound that can help you from things like runbook development, testing, test execution, or remediation. That's all part of a cloud-based disaster recovery program that clients should be focused on. Very different than cloud-based backup, right, which is more for your operational restores, a server, a file level restore, and then of course you need to think about what is your long-term cloud archiving for more compliance-driven storage. And I think the most important component, and often the most overlooked when it comes to a data protection strategy overall, which is you're only as resilient as you test for it. Too many times I talk to clients that have set up a disaster recovery plan and simply executed it as a checkbox. They're filling out a compliance box. They say, yes, we are replicating a copy of our critical backup off-site. We are now recoverable, but they're not testing it. So they don't know under real-world scenarios, does everybody know what they need to do? Is their runbooks active and up to date? No matter what cloud managed service provider you may be looking to engage to help you with these decisions, you're only going to be as effective as the people and processes that you put around this from an execution perspective, and that is all going to be vetted out when you actually test your disaster recovery scenarios. So, how do you partner with Flexential for optimal success? What makes us successful and able to help you? Well, Flexential is really all about solving complex IT challenges, right? Because we offer up a suite of data center infrastructure services from co-location, a suite of managed services around that in terms of managing things like your databases and Active Directories and your patching and hardening your security instances and so forth, all the way into a full portfolio of cloud managed services. We can help customers on that journey from on-premise to co-location to cloud, and we can help to future-proof your IT so that as technologies change, you're not in the business of continuing to change your underlying infrastructure. And we recognize that requirements change over time, right? That's the flexibility part that's in our name, is the ability to be flexible in the IT that you consume over time as your priorities may change. So how does that flex over time? Well, it's the combination of a broad portfolio of over 40 data centers and 3 million square feet across North America, all interconnected with a 100 gigabyte all-fiber network that allows very low latency cloud and co-location interconnected solutions that can help you on this hybrid IT journey. So whether you're ready to move those applications to cloud, whether they're better stated, in terms of current state in a co-location environment, all the managed services that would be responsible for maintaining that infrastructure environment on your behalf, the professional services to help you understand what can move to the cloud, when and where and how, and then of course the full suite of data protection services around it that help you have the assurances that those applications are going to be recoverable in the event of any disruption, is what makes Flexential your unique provider in that regard. So with that in mind, I will stop and take some questions if there's any questions that come in from the audience.
Absolutely, Derek. Yeah, we do have some questions for you here from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up our poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the Flexential solution? And we'll leave that up while we do some Q&A. So first question that I see I wanted to ask you here is, do you see the landscape and standards for data protection permanently changing now that many businesses are going to a fully remote workforce?
I do. I think the methodology is always going to be the same. I think that's an important point to bring out. You should always have a multi-tiered methodology to your data protection strategy overall, right? Basically, when you're thinking about data protection, you're thinking about a business continuity insurance policy, right? And you want to be spending the right allocation of funding and resources towards the right applications that are most mission critical. So the technologies that you deploy for your tier 0 and tier 1 applications are going to be very different than the technologies that you employ for your, tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 applications, right? So it's the discipline of having that tabletop exercise will evolve over time, and that's what a cloud managed service provider like Flexential is here to help you understand and navigate as a trusted advisor. I think the main issue around the COVID-19 pandemic is it's going to change the composition of where your workforce is located, physically located. So that may require you to, bring the cloud closer to them, if you will, right? You may have had a situation where you have a few regional headquarters, and so a lot of your personnel or, office out of those headquarters, and now you have a larger, percentage of your workforce that's remote, and that may, cause some, geographic dispersion requirements in how you deliver cloud to the edge. There's other leading technologies that aren't necessarily related to the COVID-19 pandemic, things like IoT and AI and machine learning that are driving things like edge technology or edge compute. And those are things that Flexential can help with as well, because we've got a fleet of data centers, all across the country capable of, delivering, very significant per kilowatt, per cabinet power draws to, host those advanced type of technologies. So as those sort of, power digital transformations, we can help you there as well, right? But I think just the ability to take cloud to a distributed workforce is probably the one big change that'll come out of the entire pandemic.
Okay, very insightful. Yeah. And the other question I see here I want to ask is kind of along those lines. When it comes to, supporting a remote workforce that might be transitioning back to the office in waves, how do you maintain security? Do you have any recommendations on security posture?
Yeah, so we actually have a specific product within our Flexential Professional Services organization. That's a remote workforce security assessment. And we can actually come out and do a consultation and engagement with you to find those vulnerabilities, right? The big areas of risk are really around BYOD, around network security, around the scalability of your VPN. Maybe you're using terminal or remote desktop services for some applications, and that's not scaling properly, right? So you might want to look at desktop as a service, which is something that, Flexential has within their cloud managed service portfolio. But we actually, have a specific product designed to identify and then offer remediation against those potential security vulnerabilities. And a lot of it is the sort of human engineering part of it, right? Just, continuing to educate, your workforce that there are bad actors specifically using the pandemic to try to gain access to your network through, very increasingly sophisticated phishing scams.
Very interesting. Okay. And then final question I want to ask you is about, for folks out there who are struggling with disaster recovery or data protection today, in fact, here's a question from Paul about, having multiple vendors and multiple solutions. How can Flexential help? I get the idea that you all provide much more of a consultative approach instead of just, well, here, use backup product X kind of thing. Can you kind of walk us through what the steps would be if you were to help a company out there who's struggling with maybe multiple backup products, or they need better, RTO or RPO?
So there's a lot to unpack in that question there, right? So the better RTO and RPO is probably just looking at, different technologies that are going to restore those critical virtual machines in a faster time frame and a better practice methodology around the restoration of those virtual environments, right? So we would probably recommend, a good way to do that would be to look at maybe storage agnostic replication solutions. We built some of ours off of Zerto as one of our underpinning technologies. We are, as a cloud managed service provider, though, technology agnostic. So we try to design interoperability into our disaster recovery solutions, right? Versus other providers that might say, here's the rip and replace solution that you need to migrate to. There's a lot of challenges that companies have through acquisitional growth, the organizational growth through acquisition, that they might inherit a lot of different backup methodologies, right? So the first part of it is to, kind of do a backup and recovery assessment and sort of understand what that landscape looks like, kind of help clients, maybe pick the right backup technology that could sort of unify that for them. And if they're hosted within our environment, we've unified on Commvault is our managed backup technology, right? So, so then just making sure when they're, when they're evaluating cloud managed service providers, make sure that they can offer that as a fully managed experience. Make sure that there's SLAs that are appropriate to meet, the business need and help, address the risk transference that they're ultimately looking for in disaster recovery, right? Because you're basically buying a business continuity insurance policy, right? And then making sure that they've got the expertise, right? Are they, recognized by Forrester and Gartner as a premier service provider of cloud-based disaster recovery? Flexential is, right? So that's another vetting piece. But yeah, within our professional services organization, we have an awful lot of consultation that we can do in terms of disaster recovery preparedness, that whole tabletop exercise I was speaking of, right? That can kind of help them to be planful and how they would actually execute a disaster recovery scenario and make sure that they can restore within their RTO and RPO governance.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our Q&A session here, but a really good presentation, Derek. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
And thank you to Flexential for supporting today's event. Check out the handout link that's there in your audience console. It'll take you to the 5 must-haves for enabling a secure and productive work-from-home strategy. It's a really cool infographic, so make sure that you check that out. All right, we are moving along here to our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Paul Schnicker from Virginia. Sorry, Paula Schnicker from Virginia. You are the next prize winner. We'll reach out to you to deliver that prize. Still 4 more gift cards to give out on today's presentation. And with that, I'll hand it over to our next presenter from Druva. Take it away, Curtis.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in this great world of ours. I'm going to be talking about the new challenges that we have right now with a lot of things going on, one of which is COVID-19, and how we handle that in a data protection environment. For those of you unfamiliar with me, I've been specializing in data protection for over 25 years. I've written 3 O'Reilly books. I'm also the founder and webmaster of BackupCentral.com and the host of the Restore It All podcast. So let's talk about this idea of the changing issues in IT today. The first, of course, being the budget constraints. That's not really changing so much as it is, it just becoming bigger perhaps than it was due to a number of things, one of which being COVID. So for a number of reasons, companies aren't getting the budgets they have to, for example, to buy new hardware, to hire new people, number of things like that. And one of the biggest reasons for that, of course, is the supply chain concerns, right? So coronavirus has disrupted these supply chains, and so even if you had the budget to buy something, then you wouldn't necessarily be able to receive it. And if somebody was able to ship it to you, then what do you do now because you're working remotely, right? The next, and this is, I hate this, I hate just cyber threats in general, but the idea of cyber attacks just bring out the worst in mankind. So with coronavirus, all coronavirus did, well, not all it did, but from an IT perspective, one of the things it did is it gave cyber criminals another way to attack, right? So they're sending out a number of other attacks that are specifically targeted to coronavirus concerns, and and unfortunately people are falling prey to that, right? The next thing here is talking about the legal and compliance concerns, because in the midst of all of this, there are a number of things that companies are doing to react to COVID-19, such as remote working, and unfortunately, they aren't always thinking about the legal and compliance concerns that they have along the way. So just a really quick overview of what Druva is for those of you unfamiliar with it. We are a SaaS platform for data protection. Everything we do is delivered via a service. So if you think of what Office 365 did for email, what Salesforce did for CRM, we are attempting to do for backup. We've been in this space for several years, and we back up, as far as I can tell, we do more in a SaaS data protection platform than anybody else. We protect endpoints as well as data centers and as well as cloud workloads, all to a single service in the cloud that runs in our cloud account. We actually we happen to use AWS as our infrastructure provider, and but you interface with us as a service, and so you do not need an AWS account, for example, to use our service. Everything initially starts with backup and recovery, and to that we add a number of other interesting services depending on which platform we're talking about. So for data center, we do disaster recovery. For everything, we add compliance and discovery and archival, and then also we add these features of analytics and forensics to be able to handle a number of other things, one of which is ransomware. So let me just talk about this is just an overview of one of the three products that we have. This is Druva Phoenix, which is, again, a direct-to-cloud backup architecture. So we handle all of the workloads on the left with this particular product. This is our data center product. We handle things like vSphere and Hyper-V. We handle NAS workloads, database workloads, and physical servers as long as they're running Linux or Windows. And the way it works is we use source-side deduplication. That's really important to understand. Most of the other dedupe products that you see in the market are what we call target-side deduplication, which means that the data that's leaving the server or VM being backed up leaves in its sort of full format. So if you do a full backup, it's the entire server. If you do an incremental backup, it's all of the files that have changed since the last backup, or all of the blocks that have changed since the last backup. And then the dedupe happens at the appliance that is doing the deduplication. That's the way most of the market does it. What we do is source-side deduplication. So we do all of the, basically everything that we first try to identify data that's new. We slice that data up into chunks or shards is another word for that. We run the hash on that, and all of that happens at the client. And then the rest of the work happens in the cloud, in our cloud system. And then we make the decision to send or not send the new data based, at the client level. And what we're able to do then, by doing it that way, by running the dedupe process in the cloud and part of the dedupe process at the client, we can actually do global deduplication across your entire account, no matter where that data happens to be. So we have customers, for example, that are backing up dozens of petabytes of data center and laptop data, and all of that data gets globally deduplicated together, which what that does is that it provides savings on the back end for you, because we charge you for how much data you're storing in the cloud. And it also provides network savings, because every data that we can eliminate from being transmitted reduces the amount of network bandwidth that you need. So that starts at the very beginning. We do the source-side dedupe, and then you're either, I forgot to mention one workload. So you see VMware Cloud on AWS up there as well. We support that workload as well. And then we go direct to cloud, is the way most of our customers do. For some customers, they want to, obviously if we're going direct to cloud, the restore is also going to be back direct from cloud as well. For some customers that want a quicker local restore time, we offer something called Cloud Cache, which is a no extra cost product that you can load on an appliance of your choice, and then we back up to that first, and then it sends its data to the cloud. We then store the hot data in S3, and optionally we can automatically migrate colder data out to less expensive storage in AWS, such as Glacier. You can then recover that data to anywhere else that you have loaded our products, right? So you can recover from any vSphere to any vSphere. You can recover from VMware Cloud on AWS to a vSphere on-prem, or vice versa, right? And then also we offer an additional optional disaster recovery as a service offering. So I'll talk a little bit more about that now. If you are interested in the DRaaS offering, then you do need an AWS account, because we will restore your environment into a VPC that you control. The question here is the concern that we have about typical, and again, I'm not going to make a blanket statement about all products, but if your backup data is being stored on premises, the concern is that it is hackable via some sort of ransomware attack, right? How can the data possibly be immutable if it's stored on-prem? Because if I'm a black hat and I gain physical access to your server, I can do anything I want to that server, and I'll which includes literally setting it on fire. But if I can gain physical access, I can do all sorts of electronic things without actually doing something like that, right? So, just this idea that on-prem is somehow more secure is just, especially from ransomware, is something that I would question. And if you're replicating the data, that's great. But again, that's a process that you have to manage. And then let me just jump over to the opportunities. The idea here is the way we're thinking about this is to remove that data, right? To get your backup copy, all of your backup copies off-site. To use role-based administration to make sure that the wrong people don't get access. The idea is that another thing is to change protocols. Most on-prem backup software stores the data in file format, which again makes it accessible via a ransomware attack. We use object-based storage, which again is just yet another layer of removal from something that might do damage to your data. Also, change ownership of the data. So a typical on-prem system, you and user IDs that are in your environment are being managed. If any of those user IDs get compromised, they can get access to the backup. So by handing it to Druva and by having Druva encrypted and stored in their system, again, you're changing ownership. It's, again, more security. So the idea here is, again, one definite question that we always get is, we don't manage the keys, you manage the keys, and the data is never stored in a readable format. It's isolated from your network, encryption at every stage, so data is encrypted before it leaves your site, and it's encrypted again when it's sent on the other side. And we do run everything on AWS for good network security. So I made an allusion to this earlier, the idea of disaster recovery as a service. So the way this works is your data is already backed up to and stored in the cloud. It happens to be stored in S3. We can, if you decide up front, we can, you can set up an Amazon VPC, virtual private cloud, where you put our cloud connector in, and then based on decisions that you make up front as to how often you want to update that data, and you can specify the order of recovery and all of that. Basically, by doing this in advance and by prepping the data in advance, we can support a 15 to 20 minute RTO, right? Recover your entire data center in 15 to 20 minutes. And the RPO that we can support is up to an hour, meaning that the most you would lose in an outage would be an hour's worth of data. That is because that is as often as the Phoenix product in particular happens to run. And it doesn't matter if you have 5 VMs or 1,000 VMs, all of those, because of the power of the cloud, all of those VMs can be booted simultaneously. And that's why we're able to do it regardless of the size of your data center. We can do it in 15 or 20 minutes. We also support DR, both cross-region and cross-account DR in AWS workloads. So if you want to do DR of AWS workloads, we do all of the same thing I just described, but with those workloads. Just a real quick slide on, we've done a lot of, we've gotten a lot of great awards recently, right? So we named as a strong performance and a strong performer in the Forrester Wave. The stuff that you see on the right are basically reviews that we get from our customers in various things, everything from Gartner Peer Insights to Trust Radius. We've done very well from a product review perspective. And with that, I'm going to transition to Q&A and see if we have any questions out there.
Absolutely, yeah. We do have some questions for you, Curtis. First one that came in, they're asking about is the Druva solution hardware or software or both? How does that work?
So it is a service, okay? So in order to use our service, you would put, it depends on what we're talking about. So if it's a laptop we're protecting or if it's a physical server that we're protecting, there's an agent that you're going to load on that server. If it's vSphere or Hyper-V, then there's an OVA type configuration, right? So we need some connection into that vSphere environment. So there's going to be an OVA that you're going to install to give us connections to that environment. If it's a SaaS solution that we're protecting, we also back up Office 365, G Suite, Salesforce. You're going to do an authentication, a one-time authentication between our service and their service. But the important thing to understand is the infrastructure, the storage, the compute, all of that on the back end, that is something that you would typically manage with an on-prem solution or even a typical cloud-based solution, because most of them are simply on-prem systems that you're running in your cloud account. All of that goes away. That entire process is managed by us. So the quick answer is it's a service that you use by installing an agent or authenticating us in the appropriate place.
Got it. Okay. And so when someone needs to do a recovery, would say a virtual machine, would it be brought up in AWS or would it be brought up back on premises?
Yeah, so a typical restore would be a direct from cloud restore for that VM, direct back, typically back to wherever you backed it up from. You could also restore it to like VMware. So in the case of VMware, you could restore a VMware that was backed up in vSphere on-prem. You could restore it to VMware Cloud on AWS. And those restores actually happen very quickly. It is not what we do have some competitors that have this concept of instant restore, right? We don't yet have that. It's something we're looking into. But if you're talking about a recovery of an entire data center, the best way to do that, I think, is to use our disaster recovery or as a service or DRaaS offering, which is something that happens up in the cloud. And while it's not instant, it's 15 to 20 minutes for an entire data center.
Wow, nice. That's impressive. And then, so what's the licensing or pricing model around this?
So there are two different pricing models depending on which part of the product you're talking about. If we're talking about endpoints and end user type things, such as either laptops, mobile devices, or Office 365, it's a per seat license based on the number of people and the number of features that you're using, right? So if you've got an endpoint and Office 365, that's 1 point. If you're just doing an endpoint, if you're just doing Office 365, that's 1 seat. But if you're backing up the data center, what we do is we back up your entire data center, multiple data centers even, and then we do global deduplication across all of that, and then the resulting amount of data that's stored in S3, that's what we bill you for each month, and that's it, 100%. Again, competitive offerings, you often have to also pay things like egress charges, compute charges on the back end, especially if you're running it in your AWS account or your Azure account. Ours is one bill, one price, which is based on the number of gigabytes or number of users that you're backing up.
Okay, that's an important differentiation there. So this is billed a single bill from Druva, right, and with no egress
Single
charges.
bill,
I like
yes.
that. Yeah. Okay.
The only exception to that is if you use the disaster recovery as a service offering that does require an Amazon VPC, you would get a bill for the infrastructure that you have in your AWS VPC, but that's the only exception to that rule.
Okay, and that would only be, of course, if you chose to bring up your virtual machines,
Yeah.
let's say in Amazon, which would be optional if you really needed it.
In order for it's a good question. In order for that product to work, you need to basically pre-restore. That's why we can do it so quickly, is we're going to pre-restore your data center, right? And we're going to update that as often as you want it. But most common setting is after every backup, we update it to the most recent image. You're going to be paying for that storage, right? We create an EBS snapshot of your environment, which is the cheapest way for us to store an image ready to go. You pay for that, but then that's the only thing you pay for until then you bring it up, and then yes, you'd be paying for those VMs.
Got it. Okay. So if we go to the website here, we sign up for the free trial of Druva. Kind of, what's that process like? How do we test it?
So we do very quick proof of concept tests. We can usually have you up in about 10-15 minutes because the process of setting you up is very simple. And it's just a matter of we need something to back up, right? It's literally the process couldn't be more simple. And again, comparing us to competitive products, we don't have to ship you anything. You don't have to install anything on a server, like from infrastructure server anyway. You have to put some sort of agent or connect us to a service that you want us to back up. It basically takes 10 to 15 minutes to start off your first backup. So the process it couldn't be more simple.
Excellent. Well, I love simplicity, and I'm sure everyone out there in the audience does as well. A great presentation, Curtis. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you.
All right, I've just brought up the poll question about the Druva solution that says, what additional information would you like? And I'll just leave that up there for a moment. Allow everyone some time here to answer that. We're not announcing a prize winner just yet, but don't forget we have 4 more gift cards to give out. I believe one after each of the upcoming presenters, so make sure that you stay tuned for those. All right, lots of good questions coming in for Druva. Thank you for those. We will be queuing those up for Curtis to get back to you on. Really appreciate those. We don't have any more time, unfortunately, for Q&A with Druva, but I do want everyone to get a chance here to answer this poll. All right, thank you everyone who responded to the Druva poll. We do appreciate that. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Joyce John, Senior Product Manager for Xi Cloud Services at Nutanix. Joyce, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Thanks for being on the event today.
Absolutely.
Take it away.
Absolutely glad to be here. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Joyce, and I'm a product manager in the Xi Cloud Services team at Nutanix. Today, I'm here to talk about why Xi Leap would be a great fit for your organization's BCDR strategy. So nothing like Dilbert to get everyone perked up for our presentation. Now there's all of this data that's application data that not only needs to be managed, but also to be protected and recovered when an outage occurs. However, there are many challenges that organizations face today with respect to data protection. For example, I don't see it any different from buying a home security system. Right? So buying a home security system after you have had a home intrusion is unfortunately too late. Often business continuity and disaster recovery strategies are treated unfortunately much like the same home security system. They are considered only after a disaster has taken place in the news, close to home, or within the organization itself. Everyone knows that a disaster recovery plan is a necessity, but often from what I've talked to customers and what I've gleaned so far, it's too difficult to set up, it's expensive, hard to test, and time-consuming to implement. Another key challenge around enterprise-grade data protection solutions is that the market is very fragmented, and we have multiple vendors offering point solutions for high availability, backups, DR, target storage, and long-term data retention. What makes it even more complex are the integration challenges and the multiple vendor support. Cloud can be a real game changer when it comes to data protection and long-term retention. Yet companies are still trapped in the traditional DR infrastructure that were never designed to embrace the cloud. And if at all they have a footprint in the cloud, they struggle with cross-cloud management and interoperability for disaster recovery in a hybrid environment. And finally, even if organizations have a DR strategy in place, they're not confident of their ability to recover because of the lack of predictability and the consistency of existing solutions. So obviously, disasters are increasingly common, and they're both man-made and natural, and there are too many to list here. Right. There are some compelling stats on the financial costs of downtime to a business. In addition to the direct loss of revenue, there's obviously loss of customer confidence, damage to brand integrity, opening yourself for legal action, and the diversion of critical resources to firefight the downtime. The case in point being the Garmin outage, which lasted for about 4 days in the last week of July. So with that context, let me quickly introduce you to the entire Nutanix portfolio of data protection and disaster recovery solutions, and then we'll swing over to Xyleap. So as you can see, Nutanix has a comprehensive range of DR solutions available today for every conceivable use case. And one of the core tenets of Nutanix architecture is resiliency. So if a node is failing, the others will pick up the slack automatically and without any manual intervention. We extend this same core architectural design principle to disaster recovery as well, thus making disaster recovery become a native component of the overall self-healing data fabric, which also runs your primary workloads. Our disaster recovery solution is called Leap, and it allows you the ability to set RPO, retention time, DR location, and the granularity of a VM. Leap is a simple-to-use DR service, and which features protection policies and recovery plans to automate failover and failback scenarios. Depending on the needs of your business, a variety of Leap DR solutions are available. These vary in the amount of recovery plan objective that you need, recovery point objective that you need. Each of these solutions are set and forget, meaning once configured, no manual intervention is required to ensure data protection is occurring. The only thing left for a user to do is, in the event of a failover, is to log into Prism and just within a single click, fail over their entire infrastructure. Finally, I also want to mention Nutanix's storage backup appliance, which is called Mine. It's a purpose-built appliance, purpose-built to address the need for an integrated data backup service. So I want to spend the rest of the presentation showcasing to you why Xyleap is a great BCDR posture for your company. The idea of Xyleap is pretty straightforward. Right? We have Nutanix running on-premises. The hypervisor could be ESX or AHV, and Nutanix on the DR side as well. The VMs are being continuously protected and replicated based on the recovery point objectives that your business demands. And in case of a disaster, both planned or unplanned, via a single click, you can bring up your applications on Xy, and it's business as usual from then on. The secret sauce here is, of course, the Nutanix AOS, which straddles both on-premises and cloud, and provides for what we call a true hybrid cloud experience, which is natively integrated and serves as a seamless extension to your on-premises infrastructure. So VMs are replicated and protected based on the policies you set, and these VMs can be recovered on Xy in case of a site failure. It's a true subscription service, just like you pay for your Netflix or Spotify subscription. And of course, it's all managed from Prism via the same one-click simplicity that you're used to with Nutanix. So one of the key messages, when I talk to customers, one of the key messages that I want them to take away from this is that Xyleap is a simple, affordable, true cloud DR service. And I'll spend time going through in detail about each of these tenets. Xyleap is simple to set up. Right? One of the most common reasons, after talking to a lot of customers, one of the most common reasons that they don't have a functioning DR strategy is that DR sites are very difficult to operate and set up, and test and maintain as well, and use it with the existing solutions that are out in the market. Another common trend that we're seeing and that customers tell us about is the consolidation of data centers and use them for primary workloads. Customers want to get out of managing data centers, and especially if there's a DR site, they don't want to be managing that. And what Zyleap does is it eliminates the need for a dedicated DR site. Thus, and because of all of the replication is built in, you don't have to purchase any appliance or any other point solution. There's no like I said, there's no appliance to install or upgrade, and it's natively built into AOS. Upgrades of AOS will allow for new features of DR to come in as well. And after the VPN setup, in just a matter of few clicks via your protection policies and recovery plans, you'll be able to start replicating your applications to Xi. And in the case of a disaster, all you have to do is log into your Xi console, and via a single click, you can either do a test failover or an actual failover. In addition, Zyleap implements a full software-defined networking where you'll be able to preserve your IPs post-failover. The last thing you as a customer would want to do post a failover is to muck around with IPs to do the VIP of your application post-failover. We take care of that because we have built-in software-defined networking from your on-premises to Xi. In addition, we also provide value-added services like DDoS protection with industry-leading vendors and encryption always in rest and in motion. Given that it's simple and easy to use, there is a higher probability of getting your business back online and serving your customer once the disaster has happened. And the way that we've architected Zyleap is that you have Nutanix software running on the DCs, which are on the DR side, which is operated by Nutanix itself. So Nutanix software running on Nutanix operated data centers. It's the same architecture on both sides. So at this point, let me share a real world example of what we saw with the customer. This particular customer was struggling with a third-party DR software, and they noticed that whenever a snapshot or a replication was triggered, the application would see stun times. This is because the DR software has no visibility into the primary workloads, and whenever a snapshot or replication was occurring, it was very obvious that there were stun times. And they tried out Zyleap, and they did not notice any dip in performance. That's because Nutanix AOS takes care of your primary workloads as well as the snapshot and replication aspects of it. It's intelligent enough to detect the demands of the primary workload and throttle replication as needed if the primary workload demands more. This is a unique differentiator. So Nutanix for primary workloads and Nutanix for single DR, all of it administered via a single pane of glass. And Nutanix has been doing DR for many years now, and the replication and the snapshot technology have been battle tested and used by thousands of customers, and the feature set is quite mature. Zyleap is affordable. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with TCO analysis or have done it for your own data centers. And we also have a Zyleap TCO calculator available on our website now as well. So there is significant amount of TCO savings by virtue of the fact that there is no dedicated DR site to manage. Hence, the associated costs of power, networking gear, connectivity, all of it goes away. The operational burden of maintaining a separate DR site goes away as well. In addition, the cost of purchasing your DR orchestration software, which tends to be expensive, also goes away. We are able to provide all of this because we take care of additional operational burden and by leveraging the cloud economies of scale. And in addition, we give you all of the features which are needed for DR, like free VPN, firewall, and DDoS protection service, all for free. So there's significant amount of TCO savings that you will have if you move to Zyleap. And we have a very good sales team, and we can walk you through your specific use case and how this will work for your exact environment. So based on your DR needs, we have flexible purchase options to consume Zyleap. They can be consumed on a per VM basis or on a per cluster or on a cluster basis. And the pricing is all inclusive. That means there are no hidden costs. So your DR application and automation, both ingress and egress, is all inclusive in the price that we give you. There is non-disruptive testing time. Often for a lot of cloud DR vendors, your testing time is additional amount of money that you have to pay the vendor. In fact, we don't charge anything for the testing failover. In fact, we encourage our customers to test as often as they need. In addition, storage and recovery set is also included in the price, and Nutanix support, world-renowned Nutanix support, is also included as part of the pricing. In addition, things like VPN, we give a few public IPs for free, and data transfer, like I was mentioning earlier about network ingress and network egress, all of it is included in the pricing. That way, there are no hidden costs, or there are no any additional charges which we typically see with cloud DR vendors. I think there are some significant differences in the way we operate a service versus the way we consume software, and I want to highlight that. And Xyleap is a true cloud service. So you as a customer no longer have to worry about the operational aspects of owning another cluster for DR. For example, which appliance should I select? What data efficiency should I turn on? Should I turn on things like erasure code, compression? Should I do RF2, RF3? What are the upgrade paths that are supported? All of these complexities, operational complexities, Nutanix takes on. And you don't have to worry about it. Because it's a service, there's constant testing that's happening on the latest software that the customers are on. In fact, we have about 900 VMs which fail over and fail back into and out of Xi via our test accounts, which are aptly called canaries. What this means is that in the close to 2 years of operating the service, we have seen an astounding 84% of all the issues that we've encountered, we see it internally first. What that means is that you as a customer are very unlikely to run into any issues, and you can be rest assured about that. In addition, we are ISO certified, and ISO 27001 and 17 and 18, and we have SOC 2 Type 1 certification as well. In addition, we have BA agreements as well. We can get into a BA agreement as well. And one of the most unique differentiators about Xyleap is the fact that we provide an SLA on both RPO and RTO. I would highly encourage you to check with your DR vendors on SLAs for both RPO and RTO. It's very unlikely that they provide it. What this means is that if there is an issue and there's an RPO or RTO violation because of Nutanix, we are financially responsible for the event. In case it's a Nutanix misconfiguration, it's very unlikely that any other vendor provides you an SLA on both RPO and RTO. So what this means is that I'll let you read this message from a customer. This particular customer had made some changes to their on-prem third-party VPN, and that essentially broke their application. And we noticed on our side via an alert of an RPO miss. We reached out to the customer mentioning that, hey, can you check on your on-premises clusters because we're seeing RPO misses. And the customer got back to us with this message mentioning that they are grateful that we are watching the environment as closely as we are. And the customer rectified the VPN on their side, and replications continued. This is a true benefit of a cloud service. Because we own the software and we run it for you, you get all of the benefits of it. And that analogy here would be Exchange, which is operated by customers or via third party, which runs as a software in some DCs, versus Office 365, which is owned and operated by Microsoft. So I want to quickly spend a minute on the near-term roadmap. So we have near sync. I want to highlight some of the features which are coming in. So we have near sync, which means you will be able to support applications which need RPO as low as 1 minute. And this is supported both for AHV and for ESX. We also have support for multi-site VPN, which means that you can use Xyleap DR for your robo DR needs as well. We are also working on a layer 2 extension to Xi, which would enable use cases like partial subnet failover in case of a flat network with IP preservation. Lastly, I'd like to highlight the global availability of Xyleap. We have 2 data centers in the US East and US West in Virginia and San Jose respectively. We have had this since the beginning of the launch of the service. We launched in London as well last year. Last December, we launched a data center in Italy. This is notable because it's done via a partner. In Germany, we have Frankfurt as well, which came online a few months back. And in Japan, we have Osaka as well, which came online a few months back. With this, we more or less have a global presence, a pan-global presence. And if you see below, these are all the direct connect partners that we have for all of the data centers that that support Xyleap today. That's about it in my presentation. Thank you. I hope you found this insightful.
Excellent presentation. Absolutely, yeah. We've just brought up the poll question here that says, what additional information would you like about Nutanix? And I want to call everyone's attention to that. We'll just leave that up while we do some Q&A. Joyce, there's a lot of questions that have come in there in the queue. I'm not sure if you see those or not, but I'm just going to kind of go through as best I can. If you see some that catch your eye, of course, feel free to speak up and call those out. The first one that they're asking, I see, is what's the shortest RTO that Nutanix can deliver?
Got it. So the SLA on our RTO is less than 1 hour, and this is with 200 VMs, and we are increasing those limits up to 500 in the next release, which is due a month from now.
Nice. And also, Angela is asking here, what is the SLA for RPO and RTO, or is that kind of configurable?
Right. So the SLAs depend on your RPO that you set. So up until a month and a half, 2 months ago, our RPO and RTO was 1 hour for RPO and less than 1 hour for RTO. That was our SLA. Right now, our SLA is 5 minutes for RPO with NearSync. So you'll be able to, the SLA that we guarantee is 5 minutes for if you set your application to have a RPO of 5 minutes, and RTO is again less than 1 hour.
Nice. Okay. There's a few questions here around the licensing pricing structure.
Sure.
What's the model for that?
So licensing, you can be on a starter license because it's a subscription service. There's no other license to pay. So you can be on a basic license, and because it's a subscription service, you don't have to pay anything more. You just pay everything by subscription. So it's pretty simple.
Excellent. Yeah, that makes it easy. All right. Just marking off these great questions on licensing that have come in. Thank you for those. Jack is asking, how small of a business would it make sense to use this for?
I'm not sure what the question would be. I mean, we do really well. We've been operating for close to 2 years now, and we see customers across the spectrum. So in terms of minimums, we can do as low VMs as they want. I'd highly encourage you to reach out to the sales team, and we can guide you through it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Next question, there's asking, how is instant onboarding initiated and delivered? You want to walk us through kind of how the deployment and onboarding works?
Right. So basically, the way the way that it will work is, as soon as you purchase a subscription, we'll create a tenant for you on the DC of your choosing, and then once that is done, an engineer would reach out to you with an onboarding portal, and then you ensure that the prerequisites are met, and then in a matter of about 2 to 3 meetings, where we will set up your VPN We'll help you set up your VPN, and we'll help you configure your protection policies and recovery plans, and do a test failover to ensure that your applications come up in the manner that you desire. That's a typical onboarding workflow, and each of these meetings are typically about 1.5 hours. And across about 2 to 3 meetings, you'll be onboarded.
Okay, yeah, that's easy to get started. Another question they're asking: does Zyleap work with just AHV, or are other hypervisors supported?
So your on-premises can be AHV or ESX. We support both. So we take care of conversion from ESX to AHV, and whenever you fail back, we ensure that your conversion happens back from AHV to ESX.
Okay, cool. And there's another question here: does Nutanix support Kubernetes?
Yes, so Nutanix does support Kubernetes. I'm not sure if the question was for on-prem or for Leap or for Zyleap, but on-premises we do support containers and Kubernetes. Yes.
Okay. And there's a question here from Angela regarding the IP addressing. She says, does this mean we need to use those public IPs all the time, or just when failover happens? Talk about how the IP transition works.
Sure. So basically, I think in one of our subscription models, we offer something called as cluster-based pricing. So as part of that, we give you a certain set of public IPs for free as well. You don't necessarily have to use it. If your application has a public-facing IP, you could use that. You would obviously need a public IP post failover as well. That's why we provide a few public IPs for free. But if you don't need a public IP and all of your applications are sitting behind a firewall, and your users or your employees connect to the firewall and then access the applications, you absolutely don't have to use it. Apart from the firewall, of course, which needs a public-facing IP.
Okay, very nice. And so I want to clarify, there's another question here about if people don't have Nutanix today, can they still use the Leap service?
So you would need Nutanix on-premises for your environment. Yeah.
Okay. And then once they replicate their data to Zyleap, can you clarify exactly where does it go? Did you say there's Zyleap data centers?
Correct. So basically, we give the customer an option to select which data center that they want to go to. Like, for example, if you're in the US, you can either go to, depending on your location, you can either go to the West Coast or the East Coast, right? And we are in talks to open more data centers, but we leave that choice to the customer, and that's entirely up to the customer as to which data center they want to go to. Having said that, what we've noticed typically is that customers want their DR offering to be as far away from the primary workload as possible. So we see customers going from customers trying to ensure that they have a significant amount of distance between their on-premises and their DR sites, which is what you would expect.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. Okay. Well, excellent. It looks like that's all the time we have for questions, but really great presentation, Joyce. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you. Absolutely glad I could be here, and hopefully, the our audience took in something as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, and thank you to Nutanix for supporting today's event. For more information on Nutanix, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console entitled The Leap Service, and it's got a lot more details there. And, of course, visit Nutanix.com to try out Nutanix Leap for yourself.
And one thing I'd like to add to that is please try the Zyleap test drive, where you can actually test Zyleap, the same experience that you would get via test drive with no commitments. It's free, and you can try it at this moment as well. Just go to nutanix.com/test drive.
Very cool. The Nutanix Leap free test drive. I like that. You can try it out for yourself. Yeah, at no cost.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now it's time to announce our next gift card winner. We have another Amazon $500 gift card going to Eric Schmeck, Schimek from Wyoming. Congratulations, Eric Schmeck from Wyoming. We'll reach out to you to deliver your gift card. We've got 3 more gift cards to give away, so make sure that you stay tuned for those prize drawings and, of course, all the awesome presentations. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Mr. David No, Vice President of Products and Engineering at Metallic. David, are you there?
I am. Thank you very much for the intro.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
All right, thanks so much. Hey, hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. As you just heard, my name is David No. I'm Vice President of Products and Engineering for Metallic, which is Commvault's portfolio of SaaS-native backup recovery solutions. I'm honored to be speaking on today's EcoCast as we explore SaaS data protection in today's age of remote work. And today we'll specifically focus on securing your data where work is actually happening, right, on laptops and in productivity apps like Office 365. So today, what we'll talk about are things like the current state of backup recovery, especially with the current environment and the changing face of the infrastructure that people are using for critical workloads and applications. We'll talk about why SaaS data protection is really vital for today's environments. We'll cover how to comprehensively protect your laptop and desktop data with Metallic endpoint backup and recovery, as well as data protection for Office 365 across all of the applications in that environment. And then we'll have some time for some Q&A at the end. So we've all talked about for some time that, with the pandemic, that we've had to adjust to this remote work environment virtually overnight. New infrastructure has been brought in, new applications brought in and deployed in record time. What's really interesting here is that companies are now considering this as the new normal going forward. That is that a significant amount of their employees will remain remote forever, right? And so that's really introduced some new lines of thinking and some new requirements for strategy today, where companies really have to think about how to deliver reliable, borderless productivity for employees, not just at home, but in the office as well. Right, and with that, looking at the new critical infrastructure that's been rolled in recently and making sure that it's as reliable and resilient as any other critical infrastructure has been before, but of course implemented without the lack of the luxury of time for planning. And then really looking at business continuity again, in light and with respect to an accelerated focus on the journey to the cloud. And what we found is that, most companies have drastically accelerated their move to the cloud in order to be able to support remote and diverse working environments. So one thing we'd love to hear from you, obviously, is which of these priorities has really increased the most for you over the past several months, right? We've talked about delivery of borderless productivity, stabilizing new critical infrastructure, accelerating cloud adoption, or looking at business continuity in a new light. So I'm seeing some results come in, which is great. I'm not sure that you can see it necessarily. I'll leave this here for a moment. Few more seconds as some replies come in. And thank you for your input. So it's interesting. So we're seeing, here's what we're seeing from the people who are able to provide their input, and thank you. Critical infrastructure and business continuity. I mean, we're looking at, this is not a super surprise. Really appreciate it. So it's something that people need to look at. These applications rolled out so fast that often the part about high availability and disaster recovery have been bypassed just to make sure the business can still proceed as normal, or as close to normal as it can. So what does the change in strategy really mean for companies in terms of data protection, right? It's really in three major areas. One is that data protection strategies that have focused on data or assumed that data is in data centers controlled by the companies has to be revisited, right? So by 2023, IDC is predicting that 60% of data will actually be at the edge. And this is accelerated, right? This is not just from the advent of things like Office 365, but now that everyone's remote and working in ways they never imagined they would have before, that now critical information is residing on laptops in people's homes. And the data protection strategies that might have been used before don't really necessarily apply to this new data sprawl in the environment, right? So someone's house is now part of your data center, right? With this distribution of data, the risk has really been, the risk to the data and to the business has really been drastically increased. As we all know, endpoints are the most vulnerable parts of our environments. They're by far the most common entry point for ransomware and viruses. And unfortunately, people have not been very nice in this era at taking advantage of this. And cyber attacks are way, way up, right? It's something that we're seeing across the board. It's really only a matter of time if you haven't been attacked by one of these things that you will be. And it's an unfortunate reality moving forward, right? This increased attack surface is proving to be too attractive to resist. And so one thing to keep in mind is no matter where the data is, whether it's on a desktop or a laptop in your data center or in a cloud service, your data is still your responsibility. Excuse me. So, and these areas of where data resides, you might not have thought about before. And thinking about the best way to protect these data sources is critical for business continuity, for compliance, and just being able to make sure that the entire workforce is as productive as possible. And so while SaaS applications like Office 365 ensure things like service availability, again, your data is yours. It's subject to attack by ransomware and others, just like an attack of ransomware and a NAS filer in your data center. That part doesn't change at all. Compliance and retention still your responsibility, even with a SaaS application. So if you're looking at something like SaaS data protection, it's really a perfect fit for changing environments. And looking at SaaS data protection, you'd be in really good company. IDC projects that data protection as a service will, in fact, surpass traditional data protection deployments within the next 2 years. It gives people the flexibility and adaptability, performance, and ease of deployment that's really critical as our infrastructures are all changing rapidly. And it does so without requiring a large upfront investment in software or infrastructure or storage or hardware. Like all of those things are really incorporated into SaaS data protection solutions. It's important to look at a solution that can protect your entire data estate, where your data lives, to ensure a really robust and complete data protection strategy. And being able to do things like detect ransomware, again, it's not a matter of if your defenses will be breached, it's unfortunately a matter of when. Being able to catch that and have your data protection software be that last line of defense is a really critical consideration. So with this in mind, what we've done is we've taken the industry-leading technology from Commvault, which has been a trusted leader in the space for more than 20 years. We've taken the security, the scalability, the performance, and really the adaptability of the software, and combine that with the best of SaaS. That is ease of deployment, no big upfront investment required, service availability and maintenance is included, ease of deployment, no upgrades, and no big infrastructure investments required. We've combined those things in order to bring you Metallic backup recovery. It is a SaaS native service. We are providing enterprise-grade backup recovery as a simple SaaS solution. And there are three main offerings today, right? We talked about, we're going to cover endpoint backup recovery as well as Office 365 backup recovery in more detail. We also have Metallic Core backup recovery for more server-side workloads, things like VMware and Hyper-V, Windows Linux file servers and SQL Server and Azure blobs. And what's really interesting here is that we give you the flexibility to bring your own storage, not just on the cloud side, but also to have a copy of the data, a true copy of your data on premises close to where your server-side assets may be for the fastest performance, both in backup as well as recovery and the scalability that you need. So taking the scalability of Commvault technology that is being able to handle workloads from a few users to tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of users for the same organization is something that Commvault technology really gives us, and combined with the power and scalability of SaaS, gives Metallic a great advantage in the market. So one other question, how many of you are running Office 365 with a third-party backup solution today? We hear often that people say, oh, Office 365 is just a service, I don't have to worry about it. It's Microsoft's problem to make sure that my data is protected. Giving people some time here as responses come in. Thank you again for your input. I'm actually quite happy to see some of these results. Well, now it's going the other way. 5 more seconds for this, and we'll proceed the results here. So a little more than half of everyone here, or the people who responded, are using third-party protection, and that's fantastic. Again, that's something that is extremely important, right? It's your data, and I've said that several times before. I'll have to say it again, but if you don't have dedicated protection, I would strongly encourage you to look at it. It is, again, something that Microsoft's recovery capabilities are limited. It's not that it's a limitation of the platform. It's just what they provide to you is operation of the service, right? They're not really protecting against or giving you the recovery scenarios that you might need as a business, especially in order to meet your compliance needs and to fully protect you when you need it. Okay. So let's look at Metallic Office 365 backup recovery and kind of what we can provide for you here. One of the main things to think about is that Office 365 is not just Exchange. It's not just email. And so making sure you have a solution that is comprehensive and can cover all of the various places in O365 that store data, right? It's not just email. It's OneDrive, SharePoint, Teams, Project Online. These are all things that it's important to make sure that you have coverage for these things in one product, and to give you and that product gives you the recovery capability that you need. So it's very rare you have to on a day-to-day basis that you have to restore entire mailbox. Most of the time, the most important thing is to recover a few messages or contacts or calendar items or a document in Teams or a conversation history. These are things that happen all the time and make a significant difference in your day-to-day capabilities and abilities. And that's what Metallic lets you do. We have a global index that is incredibly scalable, and again, being able to handle hundreds of thousands of users in a single company is something that that Commvault technology that has been used in enterprises worldwide for many years lets us do. And included with this, of course, is security always. We're always looking at making sure data is secure and encrypted and kept safe, not just in transit, but also at rest. So data is always encrypted and preserved. For endpoints, we have a Microsoft endpoint or Metallic endpoint backup recovery. This is a comprehensive solution that allows you to protect, a dozen laptops or 100,000 laptops. And really, what we're focused on here is being able to protect your users in such a way that they don't even necessarily know that they're being protected. You can roll out the solution completely silently to all of your users. Minimal overhead on the laptops. We ensure that that your employees' productivity is impacted as little as possible, while we give you the maximum protection possible. We also give you anomaly detection, where we can detect unusual activity on the laptops. This is based on machine learning. And we can send you an alert if something is deemed as unusual or not, and you can then take steps in order to mitigate that activity on the endpoints and really curb ransomware and viruses and contain their activity as much as possible. We support SSO login and SAML login and role-based access controls for self-service. So your employees can restore their own data if you would like them to, without having to contact the help desk. We also have some management capabilities here that are quite powerful, where we can do things like remote wipe a laptop if it's lost or stolen. We also have geolocation capabilities as well. So this is something where I'll actually show you a little bit more of next, and I'm going to do a little demo for you here. So let's get this set up. All right.
I see your screen, David. Yeah, looks good.
Excellent. Thank you. So this is the Metallic website. You can easily come here at metallic.io and sign up for a free trial. Or this is also where you can log in, and I've actually logged into our interface here. This interface we call the Hub. This is a very focused experience, which gives you visibility into the most important information you need on a day-to-day basis. You can see the 3 tabs here for Core, Office 365, and Endpoint. Support and documentation is right here as well. You can chat with someone for support, submit and manage your tickets, or access your documentation whenever you'd like. Now, let's take a look at the endpoint solution a little bit here. You can see that this layout is quite simple. Being able to download what you need for automated deployment is as easy as clicking and downloading. You can manage your users. You can manage content via policy across different groups of your devices. And if you want to support devices in multiple regions, we certainly do that for data residence requirements. So if you have global requirements, deployments in the U.S. and Europe and Asia and ANZ, we can make sure that the data from those laptops is automatically associated to the right regions, so you remain in compliance with local laws. Being able to restore is quite simple. Manage and restore your devices. We gave you a nice list of your devices, and it's as easy as clicking into one of them. And here you can get all the statistics that you'd like to see, right? How big your last backup was, how much data has been backed up overall, who the users are for this particular laptop. We'll show you where we last saw it with our geolocation. And marking laptops lost and wiping them remotely is very, very simple as well. Restoring is also quite intuitive. If you click Restore, we present you with a tree view, and you can simply navigate to the file or folders that you want to restore. You can either restore them back in place to that laptop, you can restore them to a different laptop, or you can even download them straight from this web interface here. So this is the kind of flexibility and the guided experience that we give you across all the products. Configuration is guided. We give you advice on the most common things. And what's great about Endpoint and Office 365 from Metallic is that the storage is included. So you don't even have to worry about how much storage it is. It's unlimited amount of storage. For Office 365, that storage, the retention of those backups is forever. Of course, you can configure that to less if you'd like. For endpoints, we keep all backups for a year. So that just makes configuration and management of the solution that much simpler and really provides great value. So you might have seen in the news recently that we announced a strategic partnership with Microsoft about a month or so ago. This is very interesting. So we are a SaaS native service or a cloud native service, and we really engaged with Microsoft for a number of reasons, right? One is that Azure provides a great platform with worldwide presence and performance, and combining that with the industry-leading capabilities of Metallic made it a natural fit and allowed us to bring value to our joint customers in a number of ways, right? So I've already covered the first two. The third one really is that Metallic allows customers an easy way to use Azure Blob Storage as a target for backups. It's secure, it's highly performant, it's very reliable. The data is replicated between two data centers that are geographically separated by hundreds of miles, but yet it still is compliant for things like GDPR. So in Europe, we have GDPR we are GDPR compliant. U.S. data is kept in the U.S., Canada data is kept in Canada. And so we give customers the flexibility of worldwide coverage and compliance while making it extremely easy to use and deploy very, very rapidly. And one of the great things that we're able to do with our partnership with Microsoft is that we are now featured on the Azure Marketplace. What does that mean? It means that if you have an enterprise agreement with Microsoft today, it's really easy to get started with Metallic. You can buy Metallic through the marketplace. You can just search for it and find it. It's actually a featured app, so it's not so hard to find. And it will just be billed directly through your Microsoft EA. So the same bill you get for Azure, Metallic will show up as a line item and will count against any Azure commitments that you may have made. So so if you have an enterprise agreement and you want to use up some of the funds that you've committed there, you can certainly do that with Metallic, and will all count towards that. So we've had Office 365 backup recovery available there for about a month and a half, and just today we announced the availability of endpoint backup recovery on the marketplace as well. So go check that out. It's a really, really easy way to buy Metallic. So really, in summary, combining the capabilities of Commvault and the best of SaaS has allowed us to bring a great experience to our customers with Metallic in an easy to use, easy to buy, easy to deploy way to protect things like endpoints in Office 365. You're really getting that enterprise-grade data protection capability in an easy-to-use SaaS service. Right? Looking at the Microsoft partnership and the benefits of SaaS, right? These things really give you a really low TCO or a compelling TCO, especially with the included storage, that really make using SaaS for these workloads quite compelling and very interesting. On top of the fact that this gives you the capability to protect the important data that's now distributed across multiple systems and in different infrastructure under one data protection umbrella, and to protect against things like ransomware with an air gap solution that will also alert you to anomalous activities, based on machine learning. It gives you, it completes your data protection and security portfolio all the way from antivirus and anti-malware up front, all the way to full data protection on an ongoing basis. And this on top of technology from Commvault, which was recently featured in this year's Gartner's critical capabilities for backup and recovery solutions as the highest rated solution in cloud, virtual, and physical environments. That's what's standing behind Metallic today. Thank you very much. And I'll actually open it up for questions. Dave, I'm not sure if any have come in yet, but I'm happy to answer anything that, any questions that you might have.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great presentation. We do have some questions for you. while we do that, I'm just going to bring up the poll like we have previously and ask what additional information would you out there in the audience like about the Metallic solution? And so we'll just leave that up. First question, Guillermo here, he's asking is, what's the licensing model? Is it based on device or some other sort of formula?
Oh, great question. So we license by users. So users for Office 365 as well as endpoints. So for example, for endpoint, a user can have up to 3 devices that are being backed up, like a desktop at work in the office or a desktop at home and a laptop. And that would all be counted as one user.
Nice. Well, that's cool. Okay, next question. They're asking, since Metallic uses Azure storage, how is that different from storing backups within Office 365?
So Office 365 doesn't actually back up your data. It's a highly resilient solution. Of course, Microsoft backs up the service itself, but restores are not something that are necessarily exposed to you. The only thing that you have is the recycle bin. Depending on what service you're using, you're limited to 14 or 30 days for that. So we are backing up the data in a totally separate location. It's different infrastructure than Office 365, but yet we still have the advantage of having all the connectivity, the high-speed connectivity and pipes between O365 and Azure, since Microsoft generally owns that network.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting clarification there. Another question, does Metallic also protect cloud-native workloads like on Azure or AWS?
Yeah, so we recently introduced our first cloud-native workload, which is Azure Blob Storage. So if you have a service or an application that is writing directly to Azure Blobs or Azure Files, we can protect that and keep an eye out for new things that we're rolling out. We can draw from the Commvault portfolio of technology. If you look at what Commvault offers, these are all possibilities for us.
Okay. Nice. And then other questions. How about this one? Does Metallic support regional disasters? For example, where 25 to 50% of the business is trying to recover at the same time. Can Metallic, kind of scale in that sort of scenario?
Absolutely. So the distributed nature and the SaaS and cloud native nature of Metallic allows us to be able to have highly parallel restores. So depending on the nature of the disaster or the nature of the recovery, we can restore from on-premises copy or cloud copy and see high performance.
Excellent. That's good to know. Next question, is there a self-service option out there for users to recover their own lost data?
Yes, for endpoint, we give users the ability to log into Metallic. If you integrate with SAML, we give you a single sign-on experience where end users can go and browse their own data at any time and recover it however they'd like.
Very nice. And so you said to get started, I think you had a URL back here on this slide. I'll just share the slide with everyone out there. There's a free 45-day trial. Go to metallic.io/trial. And in fact, you can mouse over that link right there and just click on it. That actually works here in the platform. Just click on the link with your mouse, and it'll open up a new web browser tab. If they go to that link and sign up for the trial, can you kind of walk us through, like, what's the process there?
Great question. It's really easy. So all you do is enter your email address. We will send you an email with a link to set your password, and that's it. You will have full access to Metallic, all 3 offers actually, and you'll have that access for 45 days.
Awesome. All right. Well, it sounds super easy. Sounds like a great solution out there that could help a lot of companies. David, really great presentation. Thank you for being on today.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate your time today.
For more information, check out the free trial, 45 days. You can try it out for yourself at metallic.io/trial. Also, check out the handout link there in your audience console, which actually will take you to the same link. So that'll be up there for the rest of the event, so you can click on it anytime. All right, and so now it is time for our next presenter on today's event. Don't forget, still 3 more gift cards to give out after the next 3 presentations. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's EcoCast, welcoming Peter from Pure Storage. Peter's a Solutions Marketing Manager there at Pure. Take it away, Peter.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody to our Actual Tech Media EcoCast today. My name is Peter Egger with Pure Storage Data Protection Solutions, and I'm going to be talking today about protecting your backups from ransomware. Now, is that actually a thing? Backups being attacked by ransomware? Yes, it absolutely is. We'll look at that. We'll look at how it works, how it happens, and then we'll talk about some of the things that Pure can do to help you protect yourself from that. So, I've got this background slide here, but I think we're at the point where nobody really needs a bunch of scary stories about ransomware, right? We see that, I mean, it's almost every day you see a new example of some company that had some major ransomware issue. There's 5 examples on the screen. Again, there's new ones all the time. I think it's certainly on everybody's mind. I mean, we saw Sophos, the security company, recently did a survey of over 5,000 organizations globally, and they returned that 50%, almost exactly 50%, had a ransomware incident in the previous year. I mean, that's a remarkably high number, right? It's definitely on everybody's mind. So no need to present a bunch of scary stories. We're all pretty scared already of ransomware. I will show you a little bit, though, of what some ransomware might look like if you haven't come across this before. There's lots of examples. You can just, search on ransomware, screenshot, and you'll see dozens of these things. They're all different, but they're also all kind of the same, right? The screen will pop up. It'll indicate, hey, guess what? Your files have been encrypted or whatever. And then typically it'll get around to explaining how you need to pay and how much you need to pay. One of the things I want to point out here is where the little orange arrow is towards the bottom. It might be a little hard to read, but almost all the time these ransomware ransom notes, for lack of a better word, come with some kind of a time statement where it says, hey, we're charging you, in this case it was $3,500. If you don't pay within a certain period of time, we're going to double that or triple it or whatever the case may be. But they always try to put pressure on the attacked organization to pay quickly. Right? Which is not surprising when you consider, I mean, these people are criminals, right? This is criminal behavior. They want to get their money and get out as fast as they can. But it's important to keep that in mind that, you really need to have a plan in the event something happens, because you don't want to be scrambling, suddenly when you're hit and not really know what you want your response to be, because time can be important. And the payment is almost always by some kind of cryptocurrency. That's really enabled the whole field of ransomware. I mean, how before that did you actually get money out of an organization? It was difficult. It's not like an old movie like where you leave a bag of cash behind the tree, right? Kind of thing. But the whole cryptocurrency movement has really made it easy for anonymous transactions. So that's part of the force of why ransomware is as prevalent as it is these days. So when it comes down to it, if you are attacked by ransomware, it really comes down to your backups are going to be your last line of defense, right? Just assume for a moment that your data got encrypted, either all of it or a good portion of it. You're really faced with 2 choices. You either have backups you can recover from, in which case that's good, assuming you can recover quickly enough, or you have to pay the ransom. And I call that pay and pray because it doesn't even guarantee you'll get your data back. Sometimes it does, a lot of times it does not, right? But really you have no other choice at that point. Once you're the victim of an attack, you have to get that data back, and you're either going to recover from your backups or you're going to pay the ransom and hope it works. But the thing is, the hackers understand that if you can recover from your backup, you're not going to pay them, right? And again, this is an economic activity. They're in this for money, right? So they've figured out that, hey, if I get rid of your backups first, right? If we go out and delete your backups or encrypt your backups, now you have even more incentive to pay, right? So they figured that out, and it's becoming increasingly common. If you read stories, more recent ones about ransomware attacks, you'll often see in the details that the organization's backups were deleted or encrypted or somehow destroyed, right? That's a very deliberate thing that the ransomware hackers are doing. And in fact, they spend a lot of time in your network looking around before they even encrypt the data. This is a very interesting example. I'm not going to walk through the whole thing. It's a lot of very technical detail, but this was from Microsoft Research. They researched a number of ransomware attacks and really kind of broke down all the steps of the process. And there's a misconception, I think, on some parts that, a ransomware attack happens when, somebody gets an email or goes to a website and clicks something they shouldn't, which is how a lot of them occur. But it's not that clicking that, that download automatically starts this process of encrypting data. Most of the time, that initial attack is to get into your network. The hackers then spend a lot of time poking around looking for access to additional systems, right? Because that's where, they want to make the attack as impactful as possible. And the more systems they can get access to, the more they can delete, or the more they can encrypt, and the more they can, ransom your data for. So there's actually, if you look, through this list of events of this attack, there are specific areas where credentials are attacked. Systems like Active Directory, LDAP, domain controllers, right? These are specifically attacked using hacker tools that are designed to attack these systems and get your credentials, right? It all comes down to that. I use a simple example, why this is important. Like, let's say you bought a very expensive sports car, a Ferrari, a Porsche, something like that. And because of the amount of money you spend, you figure you'll get the best security system available, the best alarm, security, all that kind of stuff, whatever you can throw at it, you're going to pay for it to keep your expensive car secure. Well, it probably works most of the time, but if I have your car keys, or your fob these days, right? If I have your car keys, I can steal your car. It doesn't matter how good your security is, right? Because that's giving me access to your car. And it's the same thing here, right? Hackers are looking for admin credentials to your systems so they can go do whatever they want. And whatever security controls you've put in place, once they have that access, those controls aren't much use anymore. And this is part of what they do in terms of getting at your backups, whether they're getting at your backup software, getting credentials for that, where they can tell the backup software to delete your backups, or more likely they're getting access to your backup storage devices and just simply encrypting the data or deleting it. Right? It's a very common part of an attack, and they don't show themselves and encrypt the rest of your data until they've successfully wiped out your backups. Right? So this is happening more and more often, and it's a serious thing that you have to contend with. So what happens after an attack? It really comes down to you're going to have two things. Right? You're going to need valid, usable data copies that were safe from the attack, right? Safe backups, but how do you accomplish that? And you're also going to need the fastest possible recovery, because your recovery needs may be extensive. It's important to remember, this is not a day-to-day kind of thing where you might lose a few files or even a database, right? That might take 4 or 5 hours to restore, sometimes more, right? You're looking at the possibility of all your files, all your databases, everything being encrypted and needing recovery, right? So, if it took you 5 hours to recover one database, now imagine you have to recover 100 of them. Right? And millions of files and so forth, and all simultaneously, right? So recovery speed is way more important after a ransomware attack than it might be on a day-to-day basis, right? Even though, of course, you always want the fastest possible recovery all the time, but it's all that more critical when you're faced with a ransomware attack, because so much data will need to be recovered. So now that I've gone through the scary part, let's talk about how Pure can help you protect yourself from this with something we call safe mode snapshots. Now, these are part of our FlashBlade product, which is an all-flash file and object storage device. The thing about FlashBlade, it makes a great backup target, and I'll talk about that. But it's also a multi-purpose device. Unlike a lot of backup appliances, FlashBlade is designed to do lots of different workloads. It's not licensed for only one kind of use case. You can do all kinds of things with it. But we're going to talk about it specifically as a backup target. Now, FlashBlade gives you really fast backups, around 90 terabytes an hour. It's tremendously scalable. But even more importantly, it gives you fast recoveries. And in fact, this is the only, I've been around backup more years than I care to remember. And typically with backup appliances, what you get is, you can get a reasonably fast backup because they're designed to ingest data, but recovery speed tends to be terrible. It's dramatically slower than the backup speed because of the way the data is laid out on the disks and deduplication processes that have to be reversed, all these things. I don't want to go into too much of a tangent on that. But recovery performance is a fraction of backup performance on a typical backup appliance, or even if you're using something like a NAS device for backups. FlashBlade is the only product I've ever seen that actually recovers almost 3 times faster than you can back up to it, right? The write performance on this thing is amazing. And it's not just that, that 270 terabytes an hour of restore speed. That you probably can't drive that on a single recovery anyway, because the target can't accept data that quickly. But the key here is that you can run multiple simultaneous recoveries off this device, allowing you to restore everything back a lot quicker than you could with probably what you have today. And it works with various different file and object protocols, and it's actually native file and object on the same box. So you can use it for lots of other cool things like analytics and Splunk and a whole bunch of different use cases, not just as a backup device. So that's the device itself, the platform we're talking about. But what are these safe mode snapshots that I'm talking about? These are, so when you do your backups to FlashBlade, you can take what we call safe mode snapshots. And these are immutable snapshots. But it's more than that. Now, you'll hear that term a lot lately, vendors talking about immutable backups or immutable snapshots. Well, yeah, that usually just means that they're read-only, that you can't delete them using normal processes. But we go back to my car analogy, right? If I have your keys, I can steal your car, and if I have your admin credentials, I can delete your immutable snapshots because the admin can do everything, right? The admin has access to turn those off or delete them, right? The thing about FlashBlade safe mode snapshots is even the admin can't delete them, right? We have a system, which I'll talk about in a second, where even if I have your admin credentials to the FlashBlade device, I cannot delete those safe mode snapshots, right? We use this to protect both your backup data as well as your metadata. I'll talk about that in a second. And the snapshots get created and expired, how long you want to keep them around, based on a policy that you configure along with Pure support. And it can only be by authorized company designated contact points in your organization. So nobody else can go create these snapshots or delete them without going to Pure. And there's an authentication process that I don't want to discuss because we want to keep some of the secrets around how that works. But there's a secure authentication process with this designated contacts in your organization, and and only by contacting Pure can those snapshots ever get deleted. So it doesn't even matter if the hacker comes in and gets your full credentials top to bottom on the FlashBlade; they still can't delete those snapshots. It's really pretty cool. And this feature is included at no charge. It's just like all Pure software. It's always all inclusive. It is going to take up more storage space anytime you use snapshots. Of course, there's going to be some additional storage consumption, but that's just what you have to do up front. Make sure you size the device properly. No different than anything else. So how the ransomware protection works, a little bit more detail, it's really extremely simple. One nice thing about this too is that it's very, very easy to use. You've got your primary storage, whatever it is, Pure or somebody else. You have your clients, and you just do your standard backup, and it works with all kinds of backup software, which we'll see. You back up to the FlashBlade device using an NFS share, and you gotta make sure you have both your backup data as well as your catalog or metadata. And then the safe mode snapshot gets taken at whatever frequency you set, once a day, twice a day, whatever you wish, and with whatever retention you want, a week, 2 weeks, whatever the case may be. And those backup images are protected by those safe mode snapshots that can't get deleted, right? It's really very simple. Once it's set up, you really have nothing to worry about. It's just gonna do what it does. As I mentioned, it's been tested out with all kinds of different backup software vendors, Commvault, Veritas, Veeam, etc. It also works with database tools. A lot of organizations use FlashBlade specifically for database dumps, database backups, right? Not only does it protect them with the safe mode snapshots, but you get really fast database backups using something like RMAN or SQL tools, and you get really, really fast recoveries, right? Which can really save a lot of time in a database environment, even just for doing things like test dev and so forth, right? You can move copies of data around much faster on FlashBlade or just use them right on the FlashBlade. So it works with all these different platforms, more than are listed here even. So you don't have to change what you're doing, right? That's the cool thing is you don't have to get rid of the backup software you're using today if you like it. Now again, if you don't like your backup software, you can switch, and we'll probably support the one you're switching to as well. So how do you recover then from, you've got these safe mode snapshots in use, let's say, how does the recovery process work? Well, step one is going to be, assuming you've got a bunch of data that's been encrypted, you got to delete that out, make room for the recovery, right? Step two, maybe you need to reinstall your backup software. Now, maybe not. But again, as I said, backup is being attacked, and that can include your backup servers. Your backup servers may have been encrypted, right, and are no longer functional. So you may need to reinstall your backup software. Once that is done, remember you've saved your metadata, your backup catalog info on the safe mode snapshot. So you simply recover that snapshot and you can restore your backup catalog. Once your backup catalog is back in place, you can begin your recoveries. And again, you have that FlashBlade speed to do a lot of simultaneous recoveries to really start getting things back up and running as quickly as possible. So what are the benefits of this? I think they're fairly clear, but let's just talk about a couple of other, quick things. First, the simplest is smart. This is a pure storage mantra, right? That we try to make everything as easy as possible to use. The basic FlashBlade management is very, very easy. It's almost identical to the flash array management if you happen to be a flash array user, right? And as I mentioned earlier, the snapshots get performed, independent of whatever you're doing. It's configured once, set it and forget it, and the snapshots will get taken. So in the event that you have an attack, those snapshots will be there. It's not like you could forget to do them because it's going to be an automated process. Fast matters is another one of our pure mottos. And as we talked about, it gives you that really fast, high capacity recovery from all flash storage. And it works with your backup software. So the deployment's very quick as well. And again, you don't necessarily have to deploy FlashBlade for everything, right? I mean, you may have a lot of tier 2, tier 3 data where a slower recovery or even no recovery might not be that super critical. And you may want to look at FlashBlade instead for your most critical workloads, your tier 1 stuff that you really need to get back as fast as possible and make sure it remains safe. And remember, this is not just a ransomware scenario, right? It's going to give you really fast recovery for your day-to-day recovery operations, which you deal with as well. And finally, like all pure products, it's future-proof, right? Features and enhancements are included. When we add new things to the safe mode snapshot or any other features, those come along with you simply update your software. And we give you that pure non-disruptive upgrades and expansion. I didn't mention earlier that FlashBlade is blade-based. You simply, to grow capacity, you just add blades to it. Each blade adds not just capacity, but also compute and networking. So the scale is absolutely linear, right? It doesn't slow down as it fills up, which is, again, is typical of backup appliances. As they start to get 70, 80% full, they tend to get really, really slow, right? FlashBlade will scale up to its maximum of 150 blades very, very easily, and it's all non-disruptive, right? If you want to upgrade or expand to a newer model, down the road, that can all be done without even taking it offline and without forklift upgrades. If you've been a backup appliance user for some number of years, you've probably gone through the pain of the forklift upgrade or migrating the data or keeping the old one around till the backups age off, and you can start moving to the new one. All those kind of fun things, fun in quotes, right, that you've probably lived through. Never have to worry about that with FlashBlade because everything can be upgraded while the product is up and running, right? Very cool stuff. So just summing up, it's really a simple approach. I mean, ransomware is not a simple issue, right? There's lots of things you need to do as an organization to help stopping it from getting in the first place, right? Including employee education and all kinds of different security protocols and what have you. But if that attack happens, right, that's where this comes in, that this safe mode snapshot solution comes in as a last resort, right? The attack has happened, your data's been encrypted, now how do you get it back? And to do that, it's really very simple, right? It's simple but effective. You just need those two things. You need safe copies of your backups that haven't been destroyed, and we give you that with the safe mode snapshots. And then you have to restore quickly, and we give you that with our rapid restore capability using the scalable all-flash performance. So it comes down to a really very simple approach to handle what is not that simple an issue, and certainly a very worrisome issue for most organizations. So that gets me just up on my time, and we'll open up here and see if anybody has any questions about this.
All right, great presentation there, Peter. I really appreciate that. I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there in the audience that just says, what additional information would you like about the Pure Storage solution? Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. All right. Good deal. So let's see. First question I see that came in here, they're asking, is there any extra licensing cost for safe mode snapshots?
No, like everything we do at Pure with our storage, all the features are included, so there's never an add-on software cost for anything. So it is part of it. Just to be totally upfront though, of course, since this uses snapshot technology, that is going to consume an additional amount of storage depending on how long, based on how long your retention is. So that's with any snapshot, technology. So there is that to consider, but there's no additional license or software cost for it.
Nice. I like that. Kind of like the iPhone model. Like everything's included, new features and all.
Yep.
So that's very cool. Next question here. How easy is it to start using safe mode snapshots? Like, what's the deployment like?
Yeah, it's, the main thing is if you're getting FlashBlade for the first time, you're going to be switching out your backup storage, right? So there is going to be that process of reconfiguring your backup environment for the new storage device, which you would have to do anytime you upgraded your backup storage anyway. So there is that transition mode, right? And most of it's on that end. Once it's set up and you're backing things up to FlashBlade, turning mode on is really very, very simple. It's just something you do through pure support. You work with them. They flip it on. You set up a schedule, and you're done. There's really not much. There's very little operationally to do after that. The bigger task is updating your backup environment.
Nice. Okay. And then another question here. What are the types of retentions for safe mode snapshots? Are there different levels or types or lengths of retentions?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we default, I believe it's 14 days of retention, but that's totally configurable. Some users make it less. Some users make it a lot longer. It's just kind of, again, it's sort of a discussion you'd have based on, how much retention you'd want safely in the event of a ransomware attack versus, how much storage it will consume and so forth. So it's all over the board. We have customers doing a few days, customers doing months. So it really just depends on, what the customer need is. And we work with you to figure that out.
Nice. And then can you kind of walk us through, say that there is a ransomware infection, we need to quickly recover a lot of data. Like, what's the process there?
Yeah, it depends. Like I walked through a little bit in the presentation, what your situation is, on the immediate aftermath of the ransomware attack, right? If all your backup environment itself has been ruined, which is very possible, your first step is going to be actually rebuilding that backup environment, reinstalling the backup software and all that. Once that's done, it's really pretty straightforward. You work with Pure to make those snapshots recoverable, and then you have access to your backups and your backup catalog. So the first step would typically be loading your backup catalog back into your backup software. That's why it's really important to make sure you save backup metadata itself on the FlashBlade. Once that catalog is restored, then it's just a normal task of going through, figuring out what you want to restore first, second, third, and kicking off restore jobs.
Nice. Let's see. Another question here. They're asking, where do customers typically start with this? Like in a small backup scenario, I guess, to like the entry point. That's the word I'm trying to figure out for a FlashBlade. Where do people get started?
Yeah, again, that depends. I mean, it's sort of a premium backup storage device, and it might seem too much, to cover all your data. It's often deployed initially for your more important stuff, your tier one type applications. The things that, if you don't get them back quickly, you're in a lot of trouble, right? Some customers will start there. They'll start with, hey, this is like a premium device. Let's target our premium applications. So you start with moving your backups for your most critical applications, the things you absolutely have to have back as fast as possible. And then you can slowly migrate over time. And some, you may not even move to FlashBlade. You may want to keep them on disk-based storage because they're just not that critical, right? So again, it's sort of dependent on the user. Those surveys, so saw some recent survey data, and in a typical organization, something like 40% of all data is considered, mission critical. So it's usually kind of a lot anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. And is it when somebody purchases a FlashBlade to use for rapid restore, is it dedicated typically just for backup data, or is it shared with other types of data?
Yeah, the cool thing about FlashBlade is it's not it's not a one-purpose device like a typical backup appliance. You can't use it for anything else, even if you wanted to. FlashBlade has lots of different use cases for it, and it's just a matter of capacity. And because it scales linearly as you add blades, you're adding capacity as well as compute and networking, so you never lose performance as you scale it. You can definitely, carve out, say, half of it for backup and half of it for, an analytics workload or something. We have a lot of customers doing that. They use part of the capacity for data protection, and they use the rest for other things, software development, analytics, Splunk, lots of applications like that.
Nice. And one of the cool things about this that kind of struck me was when you talked about how this works with so many different types of backup software and database tools as well. And you said the list is growing. Is that right? So they don't have to, or someone out there in the audience, for example, they're not going to replace their existing backup tool and use this. They're going to keep using that tool and use this to get like fantastically incredible better performance when it comes to recovery. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a file, or you can back up to it either as a file store or an object store. And depending on the backup software you're using, one is preferred over the other, but it doesn't matter really which you use. You just switch that out. You don't have to change everything you're doing. Some customers take the opportunity to replace everything, right? They say, hey, if I'm going to do a major backup storage switch, now's a good time to, change the backup software that I've hated for 5 years. It just depends where the customer is with their, happiness level with their backup software. A lot of them will keep it because they like it. So just change the storage. Others will take the opportunity to redo everything.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have for our live Q&A, but a really great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today, Peter.
All right. Thank you very much.
Also, by the way, Peter, check out, I've got a number of other questions there for you in the queue.
Yeah.
The more technical questions you might be able to get to. Thanks a lot.
I will. I'll do that. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. For more information on the Pure Storage solution, check out that link that's there in your audience console on improved ransomware recoverability with safe mode on FlashBlade from Pure Storage. That's got a lot more detail in it, so make sure that you check that one out. And with that, it's time for our next Amazon $500 gift card giveaway. We have this gift card's going to Jared Altman from Wisconsin. Congratulations, Jared Altman from Wisconsin. Still 2 more gift cards to give out on the event today, so make sure you stay tuned for those drawings, as well as 2 more really awesome presentations. And speaking of which, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Mr. Adam Margette, Technical Specialist at Unitrends. Adam, take it away.
Awesome, David. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining for today's EcoCast event and learning a little bit about Unitrends here. I think that as we're kind of approaching hurricane season here in the U.S., we've shifted in the last couple of months to a lot of work from home or remote access, disaster recovery, and maintaining that continuity of key workloads and mission critical workloads is really now more important than ever. And at Unitrends, it's something that we've been doing for a long time. So really happy that we've got the opportunity to share a little bit how we're helping organizations meet their goals and achieve them when it comes to data protection and disaster recovery. But before we dive into exactly who we are and what we do, I wanted to ask the audience and really kind of understand, have you embraced the cloud? And if you haven't yet started to consider augmenting some of your existing strategies with cloud services, you maybe would want to. A lot of industry research and a more recent study by IDG revealed that a large minority of organizations have already migrated some portion of their storage, archive, and backup functions to cloud environments. Maybe it's a little bit easier to manage. They're able to reduce some of that localized footprint, or they're leveraging some vendor expertise or almost like an augmented staff to help maybe with something like a disaster recovery. The challenge too being, though, is that a recent State of the Cloud report by Flexera has revealed that a lot of organizations now think that because of COVID-19, we're going to be exceeding our prior plans, and potentially our adoption needs to be accelerated. We're embracing SaaS, we're embracing DRaaS. We need that access to key workloads, maybe to our data center when we physically can't get in there. And similarly, of that Flexera survey, DRaaS is a really popular cloud service. Almost half of their respondents are either actively already using DRaaS or in the process of evaluating vendors that are providing that disaster recovery as a service. But I think that especially in our experience too, here at Unitrends, we're hearing from customers that it's gotten incredibly cumbersome or expensive to manage that secondary site. They may not have the visibility or even the control that they're looking for with that remote site, and they're looking for ways to do things to shorten down their time to recovery or that RTO, and lean again on expertise from vendor partners. The other thing to consider is that a lot of cloud workloads, while we're moving in that direction, are going to be SaaS. Office 365, the G Suite, and Salesforce.com represent probably the leading three right now, or three of the more mainstream or popular. But don't mistake when you're enrolling in SaaS redundancy for data protection or recovery. The recycle bin is not a backup solution for Office 365. It's critically important that you've got safeguards for that data because it's still the responsibility of internal IT. So consider that as you're evaluating SaaS providers or cloud. What's firmly written in their SLAs and what kind of capabilities are they guaranteeing or offering to you? We're going to talk a little bit about how Unitrends helps organizations that are kind of following or adopting these trends, but a little bit about us. We've been in this space for a long time, with 3 decades of experience, originally founded in 1989. And as we've grown, more than 30,000 customers across the globe have come to trust Unitrends for their data protection and disaster recovery needs. We're helping organizations protect on the small end, a few hundred gigs of data, to organizations that have multiple petabytes and are maybe managing hundreds of appliances across a certain geography. There's no one best fit. For our technology, we're going to talk about some of the problems and the challenges that we can help you solve. But really key to our solution are proprietary cloud services that are delivered by data centers in some key regions. We offer Unitrends cloud data center services in the United States, in Canada, in the UK, in Germany, and we serve APAC through our data center in Australia. We're managing over 100 petabytes of customer data in the Unitrends cloud, and we are really, really proud of these two metrics here: a 98% customer satisfaction. That's a rolling, ongoing score evaluating our customer support team, and customer renewal. A lot of folks that when they're up on that first expiration of their support contract, they're sticking with Unitrends. They've got that holistic experience, they've got US-based support, and they've got a solution to serve their entire business continuity stack. So again, when it comes to kind of how Unitrends can help, in a lot of cases, we're working with folks that may have some of these pieces already: local backup, disaster recovery, a need for SaaS backup. But I would ask the question, are there ways that you could maybe do things more efficiently and reduce some of that footprint on premise? Are you looking to have a vendor help kind of facilitate that journey into the cloud for the first time? Are you looking to further automate or do things a little bit easier, a little bit less management in terms of multiple components? We can help in a lot of cases reduce that complexity and deliver you that streamlined experience where you're not burdened with those low value IT tasks, that tuning and that management of systems, worrying about interoperability as you're stitching together multiple vendors. You're going to have that confidence that it works. We're going to test against the backups that we're taking regularly to ensure that we're meeting compliance and recoverability goals. And it frees up your team to invest in projects that are going to improve productivity or end user experience and not have them babysitting backups. Unitrends, from a deployment standpoint, is going to start with an appliance-based deployment. This could be our hardware, a physical appliance, or a virtual appliance that you're installing on top of your favorite hypervisor. That could be VMware, it could be Hyper-V, it could be Xen, it could be Nutanix, AHV. From there, you can protect over 250 versions of applications, operating systems, and hypervisors. And it's really our goal when we talk about protecting some of these different systems across your environment. We want to design that protection and that deployment based on your recovery needs. If you need very, very granular recovery of a SQL database, you may want to deploy that application level agent. If you've got particular Windows machines that you need a very, very fast RTO, maybe it would benefit from P2V or physical to virtual recovery, you could use our image agent and boot from the ISO as a P2V recovery method. There's a lot of customization and flexibility that you can deploy and kind of architect what the solution looks like locally to meet those needs. But with regards to the physical appliance, a lot of our customers love this kind of turnkey approach. There's no assembly required with our appliances. They contain the backup software, the compute storage, and the memory that you need to orchestrate all of those local processes. Your deduplication engines are included. Your WAN acceleration is built in here as well. Your recovery testing is powered by this appliance. So you're not back-ending in proxies. You're not standing up additional databases. You're not managing an expensive third-party dedupe device. We've coalesced that full experience into a powerful all-in-one recovery appliance. We've also taken steps to harden that appliance and help secure the backup environments from threats such as ransomware. On a prevention standpoint, all of our appliances are built on a hardened Linux kernel, and this affords us a couple of advantages. One, Linux is significantly less targeted than Windows. It's the largest addressable install base of operating systems. They're investing in a lot of cases to go after Windows systems. That's a more significant ROI. But with Linux, you also have a hierarchical permissions model that makes it very, very difficult to compromise access or to gain right access to the backup repository if you've taken the right steps to secure and protect that root user and that root password. On the front end, we're arming our users with a predictive analytics engine. It's a combination of artificial intelligence and machine learning where we establish baseline patterns of behavior against a number of heuristic components for the assets that we're protecting. We're looking at things such as rates of change, the overall entropy, or the randomness of the data to identify anomalies in the backup set. So if we've established a baseline pattern for a relational database, and we're seeing typically structured files and about a 3% change day over day, if all of a sudden that balloons to 21% change and that data starts to look scrambled, unstructured, it could be indicative of encryption. We're going to trigger an alert through our UI dashboards, our email notifications, so that you can investigate the source of the anomaly. Now, if it is deemed that it is ransomware infection, you've taken the right steps to quarantine the machine, disconnect it from the network, you wipe that machine, and then you're identifying a recovery point based on a fully tested, vetted backup using Unitrends Recovery Assurance. Our automated recovery assurance testing, customers absolutely love because it's giving them visibility beyond screenshot verification. We're going in and executing scripts against the application layer so you can certify certain services, run queries with expected output. In essence, you're mapping through what recovery needs to look like, how these systems should be responding, and we will verify before you ever need to restore from these backups that the backups are fully tested and fully usable. So you set custom scripts. You can define things such as boot order, re-IP the machines, re-NIC the machines, reconfigure the CPU and memory to make sure that we're still able to meet performance based on the infrastructure that we might have available as our recovery target. You map out fully what recovery needs to look like as a part of that test, and you're going to get a couple of outputs. Firstly, compliance. We're going to benchmark recovery point and recovery time objectives. But we're also going to identify where we've been successful in mapping through these application tests, as well as where there may be any warnings or failures that would indicate we want to take a look at the root of that issue and ensure that we've taken steps to mitigate any roadblocks that might impede our recovery. You can also use this job to spin up an isolated lab environment. It's great for patch testing or DevOps. You can also orchestrate failover. In essence, the execution and the orchestration that you put into building the job, rather than pointing that at a sandbox, that orchestrated failover points it at a production host. So you can gracefully bring up machines that have those multiple dependencies, maybe AD first, and a SQL database on a back end of a web server, for example. So you can script and orchestrate failover, a lab environment, and testing all through Unitrends data copy access. So we've got great compatibility and protection for our local environment, secured from ransomware, fully vetted and tested backups, but it's critically important that we get copies of our data off-site. Unitrends supports WAN accelerated replication, in which we're going to deduplicate, compress, and encrypt the backup copies and replicate them to the target of your choice. Again, there's a lot of flexibility here, so you can achieve compliance and continuity based on what that needs to look like for your organization and for your needs. You could replicate these cold backups to another storage device, a NAS or a SAN. It could be removable media for that further step of an immutable layer. We physically disconnected tapes or disks from our production network. They're being locked in a fireproof safe, in a bank vault. You could send data to a public cloud bucket, archived into AWS S3IA, for example, cheap and deep storage for those long-term archives. Now, the fourth copy of your data, we have our production environment, we have our backup copies that are housed locally on our appliance, immediately available for recovery. We have our cold copies going off site. We're also going to want to send a copy or a backup to our hot recovery site. Now, this could be another Unitrends appliance in which you're managing disaster recovery on your own. It could be our virtual appliance deployed in a hyperscale cloud environment. It could be the Unitrends cloud in which our team handles that failover in the orchestration of the disaster recovery. We're going to talk about that in detail in just a moment. But I did want to make mention of our public cloud integrations and use cases. You can read our solutions briefs on unitrends.com if your organization is looking into or has already made steps to invest in an AWS or an Azure. As we had mentioned, you can replicate backup copies into a low-cost storage, bucket path, S3, for example, or Azure Blob Storage for that offsite storage. We can also deploy our virtual appliance from the AWS or the Azure Marketplace to back up those running cloud instances. We do have support for a number of native cloud formats. So again, redundancy and fault tolerance in public clouds does not necessarily equate to backup. And the other piece, as we had mentioned, is disaster recovery, where you could deploy from that appliance that has been deployed in the public cloud environment, use that to recover and reroute traffic to run production out of the public cloud environment in the event of a disaster declaration. Another option is Unitrends Cloud. And for us, we've tuned and developed our cloud with a couple of key use cases in mind, really with the goal of, in part, shortening that learning curve for organizations that are just starting to use the cloud for the first time, or maybe if you're a smaller staff or a smaller team, you may not have the bandwidth to develop cloud as a core competency. And we're going to offer, or with our services, we offer that to organizations that still want to use the cloud, but there may be some sort of limitation or speed bump that would prevent you from doing so in another way. We've tuned our services with a couple of key focuses on mind. And the first is that we are absolutely dedicated on cloud backup and disaster recovery. So you'll start by enrolling data in the Unitrends cloud for that long-term data retention. We license based on the local footprint, not cloud storage. And the retention is built in based on the period you select. So it's very, very predictable to forecast and understand that cost for certain records. If a school district, for example, needs to retain student records for 5 years post-graduation, you build out that 5 years of retention, you know exactly how much it's going to cost for that data set. There are no variable or per incident charges. Retention is built in. There are no fees for ingress or egress. That's another key piece. You can perform recoveries of cloud objects or cloud-based backup copies right from your local appliance UI. So there's no separate portal or login. You adjust a couple of filters in your local UI, and you can view the recovery points that you have on your cloud target. Bring those back to the local appliance to initiate full recovery of a system or a data set. You can even pull back individual files and folders. There are no egress fees at any time. Now, beyond the long-term data retention, we also offer a turnkey disaster recovery as a service. This is the orchestrated spin-up and hosting, again, of the mission-critical services or applications that you have enrolled in the Unitrends cloud. This could be a CRM, an e-commerce site, and we're so confident in our delivery, in our team, and in our service, we will contractually guarantee the RTO SLA for those workloads. We offer a 1 hour, 24-hour, or best effort level of service. So what this would look like is we take steps to prepare your cloud target, your private VLAN ahead of time. So we've mapped out through the dependency your machines may have. If you're enrolling multiple machines, we're going to mirror networking. We've provisioned out any IPs that you may need. We've configured firewall and QoS rules. When a local disaster strikes, an authorized personnel makes a phone call to Unitrends support to declare a disaster. We initiate spin up in the DR site and provide you with an IPsec tunnel, typically SSL VPN, so that you can reroute your user traffic to access the workloads that are running in the Unitrends cloud. Now, as we're running production of your machines, we will continue to take backups in the DR site. When your local site has been recovered and you're ready to fail back, we are going to seed a brand new appliance or a NAS device for our software users with your most recent backups and overnight that to you so that you can start to begin that local import and that local recovery of your systems. When you are getting ready to switch back to that local site, you notify Unitrends, okay, we're ready for it, that final failover step. We're going to tear down the DRaaS site, map any last Delta changes, overnight those to you. It's faster than going over the WAN. So you can import those backups to your appliance, and lastly, perform one last sync before you bring systems online. We're going to roll those systems forward based on our most recent import, start to bring those systems online, reroute the networking configs to direct user traffic back to your local site. We will send a prep kit to capture changes for future failover. Absolutely. Huge advantage for a lot of our users, and you can read about some experiences on unitrends.com. Safety Products is one that comes to mind. They're a manufacturer in the Southeast, and they declared disaster in 2017 with Hurricane Irma, and last year with Hurricane Dorian. Forgive me if I mix those years up, but they've declared disaster a couple of times to have access to key systems because their main production campus is in Lakeland, Florida. It's right through kind of that hurricane alley when a lot of storms are making landfall in the Southeast United States. Our cloud also enables us with, and there's our prep kit, our cloud also enables us with direct-to-cloud backup, and especially with the evolution and really now the acceleration of remote and mobile workforce. This is absolutely key. You can deploy a lightweight, hardened version of our file agent onto any Windows device, even a file server with some basic data, maybe a little bit of a longer RTO. And this is going to be paired with a private instance in the Unitrends cloud so that you've got full recovery and easily deployed protection for your mobile workforce. We've hardened that agent to support reliable backup over the WAN. And this is not a file sync solution. We are using our incremental forever strategy to securely transmit as little data as possible. And you can recover to any machine with UCB. So in the event of a laptop crashing, being stolen, or being lost, you can restore the contents of that user's device, full file and folder structure, to a new machine. You would just install the UCB agent to activate it as a recipient or a target first. So really nice solution for mobile workforces, and a great pairing in a lot of cases with the file sync that you get with a SaaS deployment such as O365 or the G Suite. We mentioned earlier that redundancy or fault tolerance does not equal backup. You should absolutely have a backup solution for your SaaS environment to guard against human error and accidental deletion, internal and external threats, even ransomware variants being written to attack O365 environments. Ours is called Spanning. It's a cloud-to-cloud backup service, really easy to use, hands-free cloud storage environment, very similar to the Unitrends cloud, full self-service recovery, and the Spanning team takes care of all that management and monitoring of the back-end environment. But what's really cool about Spanning is that under Kaseya, we've been able to develop some really unique workflow integrations among key aspects of the Kaseya portfolio. And this is one such use case: integrated dark web monitoring for that Office 365. So account takeover attacks and stolen credentials have become a huge risk and a huge threat for a lot of organizations. And with this dark web monitoring, we're giving users the ability to kind of go on the approach and really kind of take a more proactive approach to that defense in the event where credentials are compromised or potentially lost. You'll be alerted to those so that you can take proactive steps to secure at-risk accounts before malicious activity has occurred. In the event of data loss or deletion, you can use the audit and recovery capabilities with Spanning to quickly restore any corrupted or lost data in just a few clicks. It's a really cool solution. We are running hundreds of thousands of scans and queries, looking at botnets, private chat rooms, and kind of some human intervention augmented with AI to enhance that analysis. It's ready to go, kind of out of the box, if you will. It's all pre-configured, purpose-built for O365 environments. Really easy to fast and to get started and use it. It looks like that is all the time that we have for today. So before I turn it back over to David for the Q&A, I would really encourage folks, if you're looking to get started or learn a little bit more, visit unitrends.com. Some great information. I'm also going to have a copy of this slide deck posted in the console portion, so you can take this home and access some of the links and some of the material throughout. So feel free to grab and download that from the resources slide. At this point here, David, I'll pass it back over to you for the Q&A.
All right, thanks, Adam. Really great presentation, as always. We do have some questions for you from the audience. while we do that, I've just brought up the poll question for everyone out there. I want to call your attention to that question on the screen. What additional info would you like about the Unitrends solution? So Adam, let's see, first question I see here is they're asking about what are the storage requirements for your Office 365 backup solution?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that that was one towards the end that we had to go through a little bit more quickly. But one of the great things and part of the beauty of spanning is that actually your retention and your capacity are unlimited. So now all of the retention is fully cloud-based, but spanning operates a number of SOC 2 Type 2 certified data centers and provides you with unlimited retention. So as we continue to accumulate the backups, the longer you are backing up users and subscribe to the service, your cost doesn't change. There's no hardware or anything to maintain locally. That's all being managed on the back end by the spanning team. And we do have storage options in the United States, in Europe, and in Australia.
Nice. And folks out there can use spanning to back up Office 365 separate from their local backup solution, whatever that might be. So if they're using something else today, maybe they haven't yet discovered Unitrends, they can use spanning still for Office 365. It's standalone, is that right?
That is correct. Yep, it's standalone. It's fully SaaS based, so it's pre-optimized, very very easy to install. And one of the cool things from a security perspective is that they're actually going to use app level access through the APIs, leveraging OAuth 2.0. So we're not storing any admin credentials. So you've got just a little bit less of a risk of compromised access or just one less kind of vector that potentially could be opened by a backup service creating that service account. That is not going to be the case with spanning, and I think that's hugely important when you look at, especially recently, some of the uptick in cybercrime and a lot of that being phishing or credentials based.
Absolutely, yeah, great point there. Next question: could you talk a little bit more about how your deduplication works?
Yeah, absolutely, and I would assume they're talking about our local appliances, and I think that everyone is looking to simplify some of their stack or reduce their footprint, not buy more storage to manage. So the Unitrends appliances are performing deduplication, and we've optimized our engines for retention. We're leveraging global adaptive dedupe, which performs the deduplication on arrival of the backup data. It's going to synthesize the incoming blocks within our sys directory, the single instance storage, and any duplicate blocks that we find are going to be removed. So we're comparing all of that incoming data into existing blocks that have been written to the sys so that we only ever store one copy of each unique block. They're really, really deep data reduction with this method. We, in some cases, can sustain 30 days retention with as little as 1.5x on your capacity. And then any additional retention beyond those 30 days is typically only requiring the space to store any delta or any unique changes to the data set.
Nice. Okay. Another question they're asking, my company is based in Canada. Do you have customers in Canada using your cloud?
So we do. Yes, we do have cloud services. One that comes to mind is Exco Engineering. I don't think we talked about them in depth today, but we frequently cite kind of their experience leveraging Unitrends to recover from ransomware. But they are using the Unitrends cloud. But for any Canadian-based users, the data that we're storing in our cloud data centers is fully redundant, but it's never going to be replicated outside of the country of origin. So we're adhering strictly to the laws of data sovereignty, and we do maintain an SSAE 18 certification on our cloud data center services.
Nice. And I know we always get a number of questions here about, you mentioned certifications and compliance. Does Unitrends, do your data centers support all the other, HIPAA, PCI, things like that?
So things like PCI, HIPAA, FERPA, yes, GDPR for sure. If folks are looking to kind of understand the breadth of the compliance certifications, I would recommend on unitrends.com, we've got a cloud FAQ that lists a little bit more in detail the certifications and some of the security controls that we have in place for those data center environments. But a lot of the major ones today we are compliant with.
Okay, nice. And then when it comes to Unitrends, is it a hardware solution? Is it a software solution? What do you offer?
So folks can leverage either. It is going to be appliance-based, but for a lot of our customers, it's turnkey simplicity. The physical appliances are leveraging our hardware. So the compute, the storage, the backup software is already optimized. It's pre-installed, so you rack that appliance, connect it to your network, and once it's got its IP, you're ready to start registering in the assets that you want to protect. If you've got, on the other hand, existing server and storage resources, you could deploy Unitrends as a virtual appliance on top of VMware Hyper-V, Citrix Zen, or Nutanix AHV, and leverage existing compute and memory resources. But the appliance is fully self-contained. It's going to come pre-configured with either a turnkey physical or virtual appliance. Really, just a matter of whose hardware you're looking to use.
Excellent. And what about automated testing and, I mean, just verification? I know, for example, a lot of auditors, they want to know, hey, do the backups really work? Give us something, show us a report. How does that work with Unitrends?
No, I think that's a great question, and the testing engines are fully built in. They're native to the appliance, so you don't need to stand up any additional proxies, backend, or bring your own database. We will orchestrate as part of our testing spin up of the backups as we have taken them. And the users can define and orchestrate application-level tests or application-level certification through our recovery assurance. So if you had multiple machines that in concert together were used to host your web server, for instance, you may need to boot Active Directory first, bring up the SQL backend database second, and then boot the web server third. You can, as you're orchestrating that testing, define things such as those boot order dependencies, execute scripts against certain services at the application layer. So it's a little bit different than that screenshot verification. We want to go a little bit deeper and say, not just did the machine boot, we've run it through its paces, it's performing as expected, your underlying services are intact, there aren't errors or some sort of corruption in which you'd recover from what appears to be a good backup and you'd be up, you'd be up creek without a paddle, so to speak. We want to go in and really, with that testing, provide users that confidence that they know they've got clean, usable point of restores that are meeting the performance requirements from an application standpoint, as well as compliance. You can benchmark recovery point and recovery time objectives to ensure that you're compliant as well with the objectives that you've set for certain machines. Both reports, the application performance and compliance, are fully exportable, so you could hand a PDF or a CSV to your boss, to a compliance officer, to the CIO, whoever that might be, business owner, as a result or an export from those tests.
Excellent. And as far as scaling this, I mean, from what I know about Unitrends, it starts at the smallest SMB. It still makes sense there. Is that true?
Absolutely. I think that it's a question that we get sometimes, and I don't know that I have a great answer for it. And we've got users that range protecting a couple hundred gigs of data to customers that are protecting the petabytes of data. With our distributed enterprise management, you could, in theory, manage thousands of appliances if need be from a single UI, from a single pane of glass. So it does scale in some cases. The difference at scale might be hardware versus software. The recovery series, for example, scale from 2 to 120 terabytes of usable capacity. So in some cases for tremendously large environments, that may not be the best fit to have to kind of segment out some of that data. So the software appliance where you can continue to attach storage and add CPU resources as needed may be the better fit there. I think that ultimately, David, the way that I like to put it when I'm kind of talking with folks is that we want to really customize the solution based on the environment and not kind of pigeonhole folks into saying, well, this is the way that we do it, so this is how you should do it. You can opt to leverage Unitrends hardware, say, no, we've got our own hardware. Okay, you can use our software. If you're looking to use public cloud, we have some integrations I think we had a chance to touch on with AWS, with Azure, with the Google Cloud. You could leverage Unitrends dedicated cloud services. You can really kind of mix and match, and we ultimately want to look at kind of the outcomes for the user and how do we define your success criteria, how in a way can we leverage our technology and deploy it in a way that's going to set the user up for success. I don't know that there's one unique fit. I think that we really strive to meet the goals of each organization because we do know that there are going to be some unique challenges from manufacturing that may not exist in education, for example.
I agree. Yeah, great point. Great point. All right. Well, Adam, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our live Q&A. If people want to get started with Unitrends, should they just go to unitrends.com?
I think that would be a great place to start. And I've also posted in the handout section is a copy of our slide deck. And just to keep things a little bit cleaner, I didn't put any URLs in the deck that I had, but if folks download that document, for a lot of the different things that we talked about, from the testing to the cloud integration, the dark web monitoring, there are hyperlinks throughout, so a great place to kind of drill into any specific resources or areas that'll take you kind of where you need to go. So unitrends.com or our handout, both great places to start.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks so much for being on the event today, Adam.
Absolutely. David, it's always a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your EcoCast.
Thanks, Adam, and thank you to Unitrends for supporting today's event. Adam has generously offered his slides there in PDF in the Handouts tab, so make sure that you download those before this event is over, because they won't be easily accessible after that. And of course, for more information, give Unitrends a try at unitrends.com. And now it's time for our next gift card winner. That's going to Kathy Mark of California. Congratulations, Kathy Mark of California. One more gift card still to give out on today's event. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenters on today's Data Protection and Disaster Recovery EcoCast. I'm excited to be joined by Ashwin Shetty, Product Marketing Manager, and Jenna Collerman, Storage Product Marketing Manager at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Ashwin and Jenna, take it away.
Thanks, David. Hello, everyone. My name is Ashwin Shetty, and I work in Hewlett-Packard Enterprise in the storage product marketing team. I'm also joined by my colleague, Jenna Colleran, from the product marketing team. We'll be spending the next 20 minutes talking about how HPE has been helping customers modernize their data protection. Setting up the context, now more than ever, data is the lifeblood of any organization. And any incidents of data loss or application unavailability can take a significant toll on that business. With the recent rise in cyber attacks and exponential data growth, protecting data has become the #1 job for many IT organizations. Customers keep asking these 3 questions. How can I simplify my operation to be able to make it easier to protect data across every SLA? How do I align my infrastructure to the actual use so I'm able to manage cash flow? And how do I transform that protected data into an asset? Whereas in the past, backup data was just an insurance policy. These questions are being asked, and vendors haven't been able to answer them end to end because there is too much time spent managing infrastructure and policies to meet the SLAs. You have needs for rapid recovery on premises. You want to be able to have cost-effective long-term retention as well. But there's a lot of infrastructure to manage and deploy. If you are going to buy a traditional backup appliance, you will need to initialize the system, load balance across the drives, worry about how you're going to scale it. There's a ton of manual intervention, and IT has to have a dedicated backup admin to support that environment. This is a cost on IT agility. The second aspect is wasted resources. Often there is an inability to effectively plan and scale infrastructure needs, resulting in over-provisioning and underutilized resources. The third dimension is that data protection is just an insurance because you're locking that data away and not leveraging the data. But in reality, you want to be able to extract value out of it. You want to be able to use the data for other purposes like test and development or reporting or analytics, but you cannot because the data is locked away in a backup appliance, limiting its usefulness. Traditional backup appliances are not designed for today's dynamic and distributed business environments. They are time-consuming, costly to manage. They cannot scale easily to meet dynamic needs. They require upfront capex, expensive software licensing, and costly and over-provisioning. And they lock your data away only to be used in case of an emergency. So is moving to the cloud the answer? In quest to be more agile, to be more innovative, backup infrastructure needs to be transformed from something you have to manage to something that manages itself. This is an opportunity for the cloud. Cloud for backup isn't a new concept. but cloud solutions for backup today are not doing enough. Different cloud backup approaches are still complex, requiring bolt-on gateways and virtual appliances that still needs to be managed in the cloud. They are painful, invoking disruption and change as they require you to rip and replace your existing backup software and policies. And they are still just an insurance limiting how you restore and use your data. Now is the time to modernize data protection so you can easily protect your data, extract value and insights from it. By taking a more modern approach, you don't have to choose between cost-effective operations and agile, scalable data protection. A strategy that thoughtfully augments your legacy infrastructure with new, more nimble technology can help reduce complexity, cost, and risk while accelerating your organization's time to value. To help in your journey to modernize your data protection, we have introduced new cloud services for data protection through HP GreenLake, enabling protection and recovery of data on premises, at the edge, or in the cloud. You can deploy HP cloud services for rapid recovery to long-term retention, either locally or in the cloud, depending upon your business requirement. The notion of cloud services is important because it applies to both concepts of on-premises as well as true enterprise cloud. The first service is an on-premises backup service. You will have the ability on-premises to protect your data with cloud consumption and elastic scaling. Through HP GreenLake, you can order, monitor, and scale on demand. HP StoreOnes has a pre-configured system that allows you to deploy HP StoreOnes within your on-premises environment. This is a true pay-as-you-protect business model where you're paying for the consumption based on how you use it. The scaling is elastic, where you can just log on to the HP GreenLake Central portal and get the additional capacity on demand. This is a true cloud model on premises built on top of proven StoreOnes platform. It's a secure and efficient way of backing up your data, giving you the ability for faster RTOs and RPOs. It's an edge to core data protection. So if you have data protection at the edge, or if you have workloads in your on-premises data center, you now have data protection delivered as a service through HP StoreOnes. I will now turn it over to Jenna to take you through our cloud data protection service. Jenna, over to you.
Thanks, Ashwin. So the second service we have is a differentiated enterprise cloud service, HPE Cloud Volumes Backup, that allows our customers to modernize data protection and backup into the cloud. So HPE Cloud Volumes Backup is an on-demand cloud service that enables customers to instantly start backing up to the cloud. It's effortless because it allows our customers to protect anything. We have native integrations with all ISVs, as well as all of the public cloud providers. Second, it's efficient. It's efficient from a dollar perspective because it's true pay-as-you-go and pay-as-you-protect to optimize cloud economics because we're optimizing data movement to and from the cloud. Our Catalyst API with Store Once applies here. We have source-side deduplication that connects directly into the applications and backup ISVs that make the amount of data that you send to the cloud very small, which allows for a more faster and more efficient way of storing backup data to the cloud. And thirdly, it's flexible. Customers can back up their data into HPE Cloud Volumes Backup, and then they have the ability to recover it anywhere. Customers can recover backup on-prem in the event that you need the data, or they can recover it into AWS, Azure, or GCP to leverage data for more purposes. So first, why is it effortless? Let's dive a little bit deeper into that. Customers can start backing up to the cloud in minutes with automated backup policies in just a few clicks. All they have to do is log into the portal, provision a backup target with the capacity needed, and add it to the protection schedules in their existing backup application. That's it. There's no 450-page manuals to read, no configuration guides, or load balancing headaches. This is a true enterprise cloud data service. We make it easy for our customers to back up to the cloud without disruption by changing where you back up, not how you back up, without any rip and replace. Customers can get the agility and truly simplify operations without having to change anything. Again, customers change where, not how they back up. Through our Catalyst API that I mentioned earlier, we bring a common data format and data mobility protocol to HPE Cloud Volumes where customers can instantly backup HPE and non-HPE storage to the cloud by integrating with their favorite existing backup software. So if customers are using software like Veeam or Commvault, they don't need to rip and replace their backup app in order to get the advantages of the cloud. They can get this direct integration to the ISV and minimize the changes by allowing you to use the same backup sets, catalogs, and policies. Alternatively, HPE storage customers can leverage the built-in Recovery Manager Central for HPE storage, which is our snapshot management engine, to back up to the cloud without an existing ISV. So there's fear and uncertainty that may exist when moving to the cloud. What happens if I take my data set outside my firewall, outside my organization? And how is that going to affect any risk or threat to my business? Well, with HPE Cloud Volumes Backup, we're giving our customers the confidence and peace of mind that their data is recoverable with data protection that is secure by design. We all know that ransomware is a clear and present danger, with an attack happening every 40 seconds somewhere around the world. Customers can make their backups in HPE Cloud Volumes Backup invisible to ransomware with the highly secure HPE Catalyst protocol. Ransomware can't infect and encrypt what it doesn't see. So with HPE Cloud Volumes Backup, we're making this possible with backup restores, which are not accessible by the OS. This makes backup images invisible and inaccessible to ransomware, thereby ensuring data integrity and making restores possible in the event of a ransomware attack. The consumption is also pay-as-you-grow. So with HPE Cloud Volumes Backup, we're letting our customers avoid upfront CapEx expenses and costly over-provisioning with predictable, transparent priced consumption that matches cost to business value. So there's no need to figure out how much backup infrastructure to buy, no worries about depreciating assets, just predictable costs for an authentic cloud backup as a service. Customers can enjoy the flexibility of OpEx and effectively manage budgets through a predictable consumption model. Instead of having to own, manage, or buy on-premise or cloud infrastructure, they simply pay for the backup storage resources and provision and use each month. HPE Cloud Volumes Backup is fast and efficient to and from the cloud. Through the Catalyst API and the source-side deduplication that's built in, we can compress the amount of data that's being sent to the cloud, as well as the data that's coming back. We're also able to incrementally send deltas, so we're only sending the changed data. From a recovery standpoint, we only retrieve missing blocks from the cloud for recovery. As organizations look to activate that data, there's no egress charges. We're the only cloud provider in the industry that doesn't charge data egress fees for recovering their data. So finally, HPE Cloud Volumes Backup is flexible. Customers want to get value out of their data to move beyond just an insurance policy. Because it's built on HPE Cloud Volumes, we have the ability to recover data on the public cloud through HPE Cloud Volumes Block, which is the other service in our HPE Cloud Volumes portfolio. This seamless experience between backup and block allows for the data set to be recovered and backed up anywhere. Customers get this multi-cloud flexibility to leverage their data without having to move it. We're giving customers the maximum flexibility to move their data through HPE Cloud Volumes Backup. So why HPE Cloud Volumes? Why is this the right cloud for your backup? So first, it unifies backup. We found that on average, customers are using about 7 separate on-prem backup tools that all talk to different cloud instances. This massively fragmented approach slows down overall innovation because this means that they have to configure, initialize, and manage separate OSs and best practices. But with HPE Cloud Volumes Backup, we're able to collapse these silos by consolidating backup into a simple service that our customers can consume in one portal with support for any storage or backup ISV. Second, as I previously talked about, we activate the data. So your backup shouldn't just be an insurance policy. In both legacy backup appliances and cloud-native platforms, your backup data is locked away and is only useful in the case of a disaster. But with HPE Cloud Volumes Backup, you're able to restore to HPE Cloud Volumes Block to leverage the compute resources of the public cloud, so you truly get a value-added service. Again, with this service, we're giving you more than just a place to back up your data. There's also free egress, so we don't charge any egress fees, meaning we don't charge you to access your own data on-premise. Public clouds charge you if you wanted to move your data from the cloud to your on-prem infrastructure. For all the HPE Cloud Volumes services, there's no penalties when moving data to and from the cloud. There's also no lock-in, giving customers truly multi-cloud flexibility. You may have your go-to cloud today, but what happens when your business needs change in the future? We believe that our customers shouldn't be locked into one cloud, so we've given them the flexibility and choice of a cloud provider. Customers can leverage different clouds or simultaneously for different tools, packages, or use cases, or they can stick with one cloud and then easily move their data down the road as needed. We believe that customers shouldn't be locked into only utilizing one cloud. We want to give our customers the option to send their own data where they want and what makes the most sense for their business at the time. It's also more secure. So I talked a little bit about the security aspect in previous slides, but again, security is a topic that comes up in conversations with customers who are looking to deploy a hybrid cloud solution. But with Cloud Volumes Backup, you can rest assured because all your backups are invisible to ransomware. Your data is also sitting separately from the operating system of your applications, so hackers cannot access this data. We're able to provide higher levels of security than others in the market. And finally, because of our Catalyst API, we have very efficient and fast source-side built-in deduplication, so only the unique changes to your data is being sent across the cloud. This allows for much faster RTO and RPO. I'm going to flip it back over to Ashwin to talk about backup as a service on-premise and in the cloud.
Thanks, Jenna. With HPE StoreOne's delivered as a backup service along with HPE Cloud Volume Backup, we are providing customers end-to-end data protection as a service. This is a huge differentiator as there is no other vendor in the industry who can offer end-to-end on-premises and cloud data protection as a service that is easily consumable through a point-and-click experience. These new services are designed to make protection effortless. It's about transforming your data protection from a CapEx to an as-a-service model, and it also helps you to unlock the value of your data. And if we elevate this further and look at it from HPE GreenLake standpoint overall, this is about providing data protection services that offer cloud consumption and experiences across the spectrum, ranging from disaster recovery, backup, as well as archive. Every facet of data protection is offered as a service through HPE GreenLake. These services deliver on every SLA from rapid recovery to long-term data retention, either on-premises or in the cloud, along with the operational simplicity. Finally, modernizing data protection is a key to keeping pace with today's changing hybrid cloud environments and ensuring data and applications achieve always-on availability. While your organization will have its own set of requirements, in general, you should focus on cost efficiency, simplicity, and future readiness when architecting your data protection strategy. Data protection through HPE with on-premises and enterprise cloud backup services gives you the peace of mind that your data is rapidly recoverable, always secure, and provides value to your business without compromise. We help customers protect data wherever it is, improving efficiencies by simplifying operations, aligning infrastructure with actual use, and turning backup data into an asset. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope this was good use of your time. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer them.
Great presentation, Ashwin and Jenna. Really good content here, really cool stuff that you guys are doing there at HPE. We do have some questions for you from the audience. The first one, I think this is for you, Ashwin, and that is, can existing StoreOne's customers utilize the benefits of the HPE Cloud Volumes Backup?
Thanks, David. That's a good question. Absolutely. For an end-to-end solution, HPE StoreOne works in conjunction with HPE Cloud Volume Backup to deliver rapid recovery on-premises with the long-term retention and reactivation of data in the cloud. So any existing StoreOne customers can easily move their data to the cloud with HPE Cloud Volumes Backup.
Nice, okay. And the next question they're asking, how quickly can I deploy this on-premises backup service is the exact question.
Yeah, with the modular pre-configured options, HPE can deliver this service to your on-premises or co-located data center in as few as 14 days.
Nice, okay. And then Jenna, here's some questions in the queue about HPE Cloud Volumes. The first one they're asking, how is HPE Cloud Volumes Backup different really from the number of other cloud backup as a service offerings that are out there?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you. So HPE Cloud Volumes Backup allows for our customers to first use their existing backup ISV, or really no ISV at all, rather than having to switch to the cloud vendor's backup application or gateway. So this is going to reduce the time, cost, and bandwidth for cloud backup and recovery. It also helps the customer avoid public cloud lock-ins for their on-premise storage. It gives the customers a more integrated and easier way to extend their on-premise HPE storage or non-HPE storage to the cloud with a simple backup solution. And also, if you're an existing HPE storage customer, you can leverage RMC, Recovery Manager Central, for a built-in solution.
Nice. Okay. And then another person here, they're asking, how do customers use multiple clouds with HPE Cloud Volumes Backup? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. And one of the key differentiators that I should have mentioned in the previous question is we give true multi-cloud flexibility. So customers definitely can leverage multiple clouds. Cloud Volumes Block, our first service in Cloud Volumes, currently supports Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and GCP. Any backups restored to a newly created HPE Cloud Volumes block can be attached to AWS, EC2, Azure Virtual Machine, and Google Compute Engine instances, and can then be switched at any time without data migration. So we don't charge to switch between any cloud providers.
That's really nice flexibility. I like that. All right. Well, it looks like we're running out of time here in our Q&A slot, so we're going to have to wrap it up. But before we go, the last question I wanted to ask you is, how should people get started? What's the next step here?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if customers are looking to learn more, they can log on to hpe.com/cloudvolumes or hpe.com/GreenLake for data protection to get more of our content and collateral. But if they're really looking to get started, customers can register directly on the website cloudvolumes.hp.com to get started. They can also work with our sales teams where they can sell prepaid credits, either as a standalone offering or bundled with compatible Primera, 3PAR, Nimble Storage, or StoreOnce platforms.
Excellent. All right. Well, Jenna and Ashwin, excellent presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
And with that, thank you very much to HPE. Great presentation. I've just brought up the poll for our final poll question here. What additional information would you like about the HPE solution? And I'll leave that up while I announce our final gift card. This is for our 7th Amazon $500 gift card, and it's going to Roger DeMary from Texas. Congratulations, Roger DeMary from Texas. If you weren't one of today's gift card winners, no worries. After this event, you'll be redirected to our event center where you can register for other upcoming events. We've got a huge summit coming up. We will share here on the final slide. Before I advance to that, I want to remind everyone to answer that poll question. And I've got one person out here asking if they can get a personal demo. Absolutely. I'm sure HPE would love to do that. Please just request a personal demo there on the slide. Before you go, I want to remind you to subscribe to the 10 on Tech podcast. It's over in the iTunes store. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming megacast or EcoCast, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we would enjoy chatting with you about that. Here is the information on the upcoming summit. It's on developing an IT strategy for storage, infrastructure, cloud, DR, security, and beyond. We're going to have 15 expert presenters on that event. As soon as I end this event here in just a second, you will be redirected to our events website, and we hope to have you register for that event as well. Thank you to all of our sponsors for joining us on the event today. And of course, thank you to all of you out there in the audience who took time out of your busy schedule to join us on today's EcoCast. I hope that you learned a lot, and I hope that you have a great day. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.